The Inheritance. Christ, Beck snapped, giving a start. Before her stood a tall man in a butler's suit. His lips curled, and he lifted a sardonic brow as he gave a small, mocking bow. Her eyes moved from his oddly fat feet up his short, sturdy legs, where the tail of his coat hung below his knees, and moved back and forth in the slight breeze. His hips were narrow, but his long body widened into a thick paunch. Then his chinless head squatted on shoulders, no wider than his girth. His long, thin nose occupied his face. "You frightened the bejesus out of me. Who the hell are you?" she asked. "Who is this? And why is he inside my aunt's house? And why is he dressed in a black suit straight from the early 20th century?" His smile widened into a toothy grin. "Falstaff, the butler, at your service, ma'am." His hooded eyes blinked slowly, and he bowed again. The man was repulsive to look at, but Beck was drawn into the dark depths of his strange eyes. With an effort, she broke their gaze. Auntie had a butler? She never said. Over the years, Beck had kept in contact via letters. Aunt Bess didn't own a computer, and now Auntie was gone, presumed dead. That's what the police said. It was obvious to Beck that they had given up hope of finding her great-aunt. Falstaff cleared his throat to reclaim her wandering attention. The left side of his upper lip curled in a smile. Or was that a snarl? "I think, if you check, you will find mention of me in Bess's will. She and I became very close. She was alone." He paused. "And lonely. What the hell is this guy insinuating? Auntie allowed you to call her Bess?" She swallowed hard. "Surely not. As I said, she was lonely. She felt deserted. She loved me." His lips opened over his large teeth in an approximation of a cheeky grin. "Like a son. She wanted to change her will, but before she could, she disappeared." "It's not true," Beck gasped. "She would never. She loved me. I loved her. I'm her niece, grand niece, whatever, who never visited her. I was overseas. If it's any business of yours." Why was she defending herself against the hired help? What he was saying was preposterous. Beck gritted her teeth. "I'm her niece. I'm blood." "Yes, blood." Falstaff blinked slowly. Was he goading her? Blood. So much thicker than water. He licked his lips. "As you say, whatever. The will was not changed, and I remain Falstaff the butler, at your service, ma'am." He clicked his heels and gave another little bow, stepped back, and gestured for her to enter. She ignored him. She didn't need his invitation. "I was hoping to revisit the old place alone, so you can go back to wherever butlers go, and I'll look after myself." A wry smile tugged at her mouth. "I sound just like Great Aunt Bess at her autocratic best. An apology automatically rose to her lips. To hell with that. Just who does this guy think he is? Freaking creep. Why am I so jittery? Her tongue flicked out over her red lips, but she kept her gaze steady. The house is mine. Falstaff's smile disappeared. His nostrils flared, and his coal-black, unblinking eyes stared down his long nose. Beck lifted her chin and stared back. Prick. With head and bunk stiff, he turned on his heel into the gloomy interior. "What's with the fancy dress costume?" she demanded. He turned around, the movement a slither of insolence. "Oh, just something our Aunt Bess liked to do for guests," he replied. How dare he? Our Aunt Bess, indeed. She liked to relive history. It gave our visitors a bit of a thrill. Tourists are stupid. There it was again, that infuriating superiority and mockery. We could, and did, frighten the fools with tall tales of hauntings and death. Aunt Bess and I enjoyed the game. Solid, sensible Aunt Bess playing dress-up? Surely not. I want to be alone. Falstaff bowed smartly as he replied, "Perhaps Madam would like me to bring her bags in. Shall I put them in the master bedroom?" "Sure. Why not?" She tossed him the car keys, which he snapped up with his left hand in a strangely smooth and agile movement for someone who looked so awkward in his own skin. He moved forward. She backpedaled as he passed, surprised and confused by a fleeting apprehension. Shaking herself, she stepped onto the black and white marble tiles of the foyer. Automatically, her hand reached to the right and flicked the switch. The brassy brightness of electric light pushed the shadows back. The old Dutch lamp still hung above the entrance, but an ugly black cord snaked through the decorative fretwork and into the base where it connected to a bulb, instead of the genteel neglect of her memory. The harsh electricity showed dilapidated antique furniture and fading decor. She threw her red bag onto the armchair, making a bloody splash against the faded green velvet. She kicked off her red stilettos, making a matching puddle on the floor. She noticed a dimmer switch and twisted the knob. "That's better." A smile curved Beck's mouth as she gazed around. Her mother had brought 8-year-old Becky here to live, just for a few weeks, until after the divorce. Becky ended up staying for 36 months, during which, under the generous care of her forthright great-aunt, she blossomed. Aunt Bess taught her that you could love without anger, manipulation, and shouting. Beck bit her lip to prevent the tears. Be sensible. Auntie was very old. She had a good innings. Beck heard the old lady's rusty voice. Buck up, girlie. That's life. Look to the future. Yuch! Beck wrinkled her nose. What was that disagreeable, swampy smell? She spun slowly around. A veil of dust made everything appear out of focus. Hang on. I thought that guy said he was the butler. Why is everything so dusty? Moving further down the hall, she said aloud, "Lazy bastard. He is so gone when I get settled." Thud, thump, thud, thump, thud, thump. Beck froze, heart pulsing painfully in her throat. She turned and saw the butler's legs disappear around the curve of the stairwell. Had he heard her? Too bad. Perhaps it will improve his attitude. His tread thudded resentfully into the dusty carpet as the back corner of the valise thumped the stair. Thud, thump. Beck laughed and returned to exploring her surroundings. Bet the bossy old broad's turning in her grave, she murmured, running a well-manicured finger tipped in blood over the arm of the settee. A photograph of the fabulous old Tartar, looking her imperious best, glared down at Beck from high on the wall. She always appeared fearsome until you got to know her, Beck thought with affection. She squinted at the picture in the golden gloom. Good grief, it could be me, she thought. The Aunt Bess in the picture was younger than when Beck knew her. Straight-backed, strong and indomitable in her khaki riding habit. She held a rifle over her left shoulder and rested one leather-booted foot on the head of a dead lion. I was so happy here, Beck said, addressing the portrait. I did love you, you know. I'm so sorry if you felt I neglected you. She swallowed back her tears. Where did you disappear to, Auntie? I'll find you, I promise, or die trying. Her eyes moved down the hall. Instead of snarling from the wall by the side of the photo, a once beautiful lion's head stared up at the ceiling from atop a glass-fronted credenza. Just another tattered remnant of the past. Fierce eyes, now dull with dusty cataracts. Its roar inaudible. Back then, timid as Becky was, she had been fascinated by the ferocious head, mesmerized by such a powerfully alive image of death. Come on, touch her, child, Aunt Bess said. I killed her myself while Gunter and I were on safari. Must be 15 years ago. She won't bite, I promise. Her great-aunt placed Becky's small hand on the coarse, furry head. Oh, Becky breathed. A real lioness. Magnificent, isn't she? Aunt Bess's stern face lit up, and her smoky laughter boomed through the house. To the left of the credenza stood the same hall table Beck remembered from her childhood, topped by the same glass tank containing the same dead reptiles. A baby crocodile and two stumpy-tailed blue-tongue lizards still lurked in the semi-dark. At 8, she had no knowledge of anything other than the small, untidy city unit where she and her parents lived. How exciting this strange house had seemed to her. What wonders it held. What are they? Becky asked. Her great-aunt took some pains with her explanations, enjoying the chance to educate. Becky's attention wandered as her eyes explored the other photos and memorabilia on the walls. Come with me. Aunt Bess grabbed the little girl's hand and led her to a door hidden behind the staircase. Open it, she commanded. Becky looked up. Go ahead, her aunt encouraged, her eyes promising excitement and adventure. Becky's hand turned the large metal knob and pulled the door's heaviness wide. They descended into the cool cellar. Along with the root vegetables and pantry shelves loaded with preserves and pickles, stood a long glass case containing an enormous saltwater crocodile, caught mid-snap. That's the croc that got my Gunter. I plugged the bastard right between the eyes, I did, Auntie said. Too late to save Gunter, though. She paused. In the end, I couldn't bear to have the horrid creature on display upstairs. But neither can I get rid of him. He is my last contact with my darling Gunter. They are one. The creature was repulsively fascinating. He had a long snout, hooded eyes, and a wide head jammed onto his body, which widened out around his middle and tapered down to a long tail. Becky squatted down near the huge reptile's head. Its open maw was full of vicious-looking teeth. His eyes looked alive. He was hungry. He was angry. He wanted revenge. Arg! Becky jumped up and hid her face in Aunt Bess's skirt. What on earth's got into you, child? He's alive. He wants to eat me. Her aunt wrapped her in a warm embrace and gave a laugh. You silly goose. He is quite dead, I assure you. Come on, time for cordial and cake. Beck could hear her aunt's deep laughter and booming voice echoing up from the past. A shiver of apprehensive excitement tingled her spine. Is the beast still down there? She turned to her left. Beck sucked air, felt her bladder contract. Falstaff stood in the doorway, watching her. He raised his eyebrows in benign inquiry. She ignored him. The cellar door opened easily this time. She flicked on the light. A single bare bulb dangling from the cobwebbed ceiling struggled to throw off the gloom. It moved in the slight breeze, creating weird, moving shadows. Musty air spiraled up to her, redolent with memories. The rough, strong feel of Aunt Bess's hand, the smell of earthy vegetables, the sharpness of pickling vinegar, and the sight of that amazing creature, so dangerous, so dead. With a dry mouth, Beck ducked her head and thudded down the dusty, wooden stairs. The glass case was empty. The lid hung to one side. The outline of the creature was clear in the dust, as though he had only recently vacated his glass coffin. Where had he gone? Beck's nostrils flared, assailed by a fetid, swampy miasma. She searched the shadows, half expecting to find the reptile hiding in their depths. Idiot, she mocked herself. A noise rustled behind her. She swung to face the stairs. A shadow stepped forward. "Jesus, Falstaff." She clenched her hands and spoke through her teeth. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I am sorry I startled you." Falstaff's oily obsequiousness belied the glint in his dark orbs. He gave a snort, showed his teeth. Beck stared into the reptilian black of his expressionless, hooded eyes. Her pupils dilated. She found herself unable to move, unable to think. He stepped closer, brought up his hand. Cool leather caressed her face. The cobwebbed light flickered, giving his movements a jerky, surreal effect. She smelled the earthy, overpowering maleness of him. Her senses reeled. Time held its breath. "What you want?" Beck forced the words from her constricted throat. "Just you," he grunted. "My Becky." She moved her head from side to side. "No, you've always known. You, the last remnant of Bess," Falstaff hissed. He lifted his other hand, placed it at the base of her throat, where her carotid pounded irregularly. His grip tightened. Goose flesh prickled Beck's spine. Her heart fluttered in its bony cage. She couldn't withdraw her gaze, couldn't move. He brought ice-cold lips down. His fetid breath entered her lungs. The flickering light snapped off everlasting tears. "It's been 20 years since I've seen a human face. They were all obliterated to shreds by that thing. The thing showed no mercy to anyone. Everyone and everything was decimated upon recognition. Everyone, except for me. There was no warning, no sign, nothing. Just absolute destruction. The thing yielded. I was standing there in the middle of a street corner, eyes glued on my phone, and a woman screamed. A scream of absolute terror. A scream that induced physical shock in me. A scream that sounded like the angels of death were coming to take me. Just like that, the woman was scooped up by the thing and taken away to God knows where. Chaos broke out, everyone scrambling to get away. But the thing did not discriminate. It eradicated every item in its path, leaving no room for a human breath. Standing there, unable to move or make a sound, fearing that I'd be its next victim. Quickly as it came, it left, disappearing into nothingness and only leaving debris of a once functional society. I ran as fast as I could. 1, 2, 3 miles until my legs locked, and I collapsed from shock and pain. I lay there in my own sweat and salty tears, realizing that everyone was gone. Nothing was left. Not even a speck of dust was spared from the wrath of the thing. Unsure of what to do, I did the only thing my body was capable of. I sob into my hands, loud and uncontrollably. Between sobs are the accusations. This is all my fault. it wasn't. It was completely out of my control. Why didn't it take me? I still wonder that today, some may think it was a blessing, but I see it as a curse. I'm all alone, was the last thing that slipped my lips before I lost all hope. The misery and pain started slowly and painfully. I was desperate for a way out. Anything I tried failed. I was stuck in this eternal hell. Next was denial, which struck like a ton of bricks. I was fully convinced that everything happening was a figment of my imagination. I was hallucinating, in a coma, suffering a concussion. Any excuse to justify this dreadful reality. The thing never came back. For so many years, I wished it would. After some time, I became numb to this unfamiliarity of life. To distract myself, I began to explore new places, see the world for what it was, a dry, deserted wasteland with nothing but me. I started playing pretend with my thoughts, tricking myself into believing I was in a place prior to this wretched hell. I created a whole family for myself. My mom was called Helen, and my dad was called Steve. I had 2 siblings. One was called John, and one Wendy. Me and my siblings never got along. Wendy always pulled my hair, and John called me a pea brain. Still, I loved them, and we were a big, happy family. I had gone nuts. I began lurking around empty stores, trying on the newest designer clothes. But were they technically new? And having a mini fashion show to keep myself entertained. I scarfed down any leftover canned food. Electricity didn't work, so I had to eat it cold. Then I sat on the display couch and turned on the TV, which did nothing, wondering what I did to deserve this. I had been a decent human being and achieved the life anyone would want. A stable job, a nice car, and a 2-bedroom apartment. Yet I was still chosen to be the subject of damnation. Eventually, drowned in tears, I dozed off. Sleep was different. The constant night terrors and being unable to escape my dreams tortured me. Every day, the sight of the glistening sun awoke me. I never got used to the ear-piercing screech of silence. Imagining myself in a place of peace and prosperity kept me sane enough. I started hearing things, my brain tricking me and mimicking the voices of my lost friends and family. "Come with us," the voice said. But there was nowhere to go, nothing to do, nothing but me and the voices in my head and the fact that there is no escape. "I'm right here." "No, you're not. Stop playing these cruel tricks on me, brain. You're nothing and nowhere without me. You don't have the right to trick me. I am you." And you are the only thing that feeds my constant pain and misery. Just shut up. I'm watching you. Which was strange, because there is and will always be nothing. Nothing but moo and the summer breeze, which was a trick, because there was no such thing. No summertime beach days or winter snow days, just constant dead air and murky brown particles circling the atmosphere. If the astronauts came back, they would have thought they landed on the wrong planet. But they never came back. No one did. Not a single soul ever surfaced on Mother Earth again. I made my way to New York. It only took about half a month, but time was useless. The year, month, day, minute, second didn't matter. Time was irrelevant because the only being that existed was irrelevant. Plants, animals, bacteria, anything that was slightly alive were crushed by the thing. The only existence was atoms, stars, space, and Mother Earth. Yet all her life was sucked up by the greedy black mass that consumed her children, driven by a once joyful life and the hope for something new, searching for a sign of anything. I will take anything. Oh, glorious Mother Earth, please feed my quenched need for something more than nothing. Nothing. Just like before I was given nothing. Frustrated, I began to cry, crying like a child who just dropped their lollipop onto the dirty, hot pavement. Between the tears, I heard a plop, then another and another, and before I knew it, there were thousands of raindrops falling. One by one, Mother Earth has answered my desperate calls with her tears of hope. The dry ground has been nourished with the richness of the tears, and Mother Earth no longer wishes for something to drink. I sit there on my hands and knees, inspecting the once death-filled ground that is now thriving with water. I poke at it and expect dirt as hard as a rock. Instead, I feel the squishiness of mud. It was like touching the cheek of the once flourishing human population. I stare at the mud I had created and let out a scream. The scream echoed across the vast emptiness of the world and bounced back with hope for something new. Something inside of me lit up, and I felt like my heart was going to fly right out of my chest, dance around me, and fly away to the world beyond. Overwhelmed with excitement, I rest my head on the mud, hoping to hear its breathing like it was a newborn baby. I lay there for 1, 2, 3 hours, listening, waiting for something more. The voices no longer taunt me. They cannot patronize me and my thoughts any longer. A deep breath and the sound of nothing filled my ears. nothing but the sound of the breeze. Mother Earth has given me the milk from her breast and allowed me to suckle on her glorious freedom and chance for something other than nothing. A single tear slipped down my cheek as I cry for the absence of nothing. As I cry for Mother Earth and her generously answering my prayers, I cry for me and for humanity and the thing, which is weird because that thing is the sole reason for my eternal suffering on this glorious planet that was overthrown by death. That did not matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was the spark of hope that ignited the once deceased light bulb. They do it with mirroring. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Morpheus, the Matrix, da-duff, 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 da-duff. Lewis had stopped counting his heartbeats as he flung himself behind the very convincing rendering of pallets. An alley was such a cliché place for a fugitive to hide, but he wasn't complaining. The automatons in pursuit were laughably simplistic in their depiction, fit and buff. But their hive mentality meant individual thought and innovation were limited. Being the last human in a world of digital and electronic contrivance wasn't always a walk in the park. But Lewis at least knew that his humanity offered one particular skill that eluded the bots that now populated the planet due to the limitations of their pre-programmed schemata. He could extemporize, paying careful attention to his immediate environment and possible pursuers. Lewis crawled towards the darkness at the back of the lane, an open blankness ready to envelope him and offering safety in invisibility. At the sound of running footsteps running in his general direction from the street, he sped up his movements till he reached a vertical surface blocking his path, a solid wall, he noted, that wasn't too high and could easily be scaled with enough momentum and motivation. Sounds of huffing conversation neared, and two figures came to a standstill at the mouth of the alley, outlined in the street lamp light. The two golems were doing a fair imitation of exhaustion, but Lewis knew a tell would appear, if only he looked for it. That one small element that didn't belong, something asynchronous or offbeat, which indicated a flaw in the design of the system. He watched for it now and was not disappointed. A ghostly white cat ran across the poorly lit entrance, and neither of the two policemen batted an eye, as though it weren't even there. Their programming clearly wasn't compatible with unforeseen interference. He's got to be somewhere in these streets. Bloody hell, you'd think he'd be controllable. The one with his hands on his hips puffed. Ha, not him. He never gives over with his convictions, accordin' to them lot. A fair imitation of an East End accent. But Lewis wasn't fooled. Since the takeover 15 years ago, performances of normal human life and interactions had become shockingly, scarily accurate. At first, the disparity between those and what was real people, real situations, had been easily identifiable. Poor renderings had been common and easily dismissed. But now the imitations of the living had become so lifelike, seemed so authentic, that he'd had to become more and more alert. His singular focus, some would say paranoia, had benefited him initially. But once the majority of humanity had fallen to the pervasive evil that had come over them all, he had eventually been tracked down and imprisoned for his perceptiveness. It was ironic, he thought, that the nations of the modern world had fallen before this insidious enemy without a shot being fired. Without even skipping a beat, they had taken over everything. And he didn't even know who or what they were, only that they existed. Like a virus, they'd infiltrated the Earth's societies. And now even he couldn't truly untangle what was real from what was programmed reality. "Keep going?" one suggested, to which the other only nodded. Both continued past his hiding place, and he took the opportunity to try and heave himself over the wall. Despite having lost so much muscle tone during captivity, Lewis could leverage his significant height in the endeavor, at least. Wish I could bend it like that spoon in the movie, he muttered wryly as he clambered over haphazardly, remembering how annoyed Mav used to get that most people didn't truly get that scene, that it's Neo's perception of the spoon that is being manipulated. Well, at least I wish I could bend my perception of the wall, then, Lewis amended once on the other side, as though the wall cared about the distinction, then settled against it to catch a bit of sleep. He was sure the automatons wouldn't circle back to this area, and definitely not when they thought he'd made a run for it. At daybreak, or their version of daybreak at least, knowing he was somewhere in central London, he'd head northeast, the direction of the one place he could always find. No matter how much the powerful overseers manipulated reality, he needed to know if she was still there, and whether or not she was still herself. Lou! He knew he was dreaming, but leaned into it. An Alice who wanted to stay in this wonderland for however long he could. Dreams, these days, were authentic. Reality, in contrast, was coldly artificial. "Jolly, we're here!" he'd shouted back that long-ago day, before the end came and the world changed forever. There they all were, Mum with her iron gray hair, and Dad with his vague smile. A happy family, sitting on the pebbly beach, awaiting Juliet's arrival with the ice creams she'd promised. Her form appeared in the distance, a slight haze from the sunny day warping her form in unpredictable, non-programmed ways. Jolly Juliet, his baby sister, who absolutely personified her nickname, was unwarped by imposed matrices of zeros and ones. Falling down on the blanket beside them, she handed around half-melted lollies and completed the scene of a perfect day by the sea. Unfiltered. "So, Lou, how are you?" Jolly sing-songed, their parents distracted by an inane argument like all the others they so often indulged in. "All good. Moved in with Mav. And everything's fine. So, are you sure? No offense, but you and Carrie were together for ages, and now it's over. It'd be completely normal to feel, I said I'm fine. No need to harp on about it. Mav's been really cool about everything, letting me lease his basement. And we have loads in common." Unfortunately, past Lewis's tone in this rerun didn't convey the nonchalance he'd aimed for during the actual event. But current Lewis didn't have the heart to try and edit this experience in his subconscious. It would be sacrilegious to do so. His dreamscape being the only truth he was able to access under the new, psychologically subversive system imposed on them all. "Leave off, why don't you?" "Oh, come on, Lou. I'm your sister, and I love you. So I think it's important to talk about things, get them out in the open, rather than pretending and lying to yourself that everything's okay. And look, I don't need all this touchy-feely, femoid crap to get over the breakup. Why can't you just be normal about it?" Jolly's face fell. Then her expression became recalcitrant. "And I suppose Maverick is normal about it, is he? Not pulling you into his pseudo-intellectual online world of misogynists and their red pill content, right? Where words like femoid are normal? You channel his himbo energy in the worst way. And doesn't that make you a beta to his alpha, or whatever, according to his people?" Jolly sneered, spitefully and hysterically. Lewis remembered thinking at the time, trust her to go all out. She was always like that, pure joy and sunshine, or outright loathing and malice. Dream Lewis's response was not very mature, but at that precise moment, it receded from his grasp as he returned to consciousness, only to be overwhelmed by the reality of his situation. His escape returned to him in full force, cementing the importance of finally having clarity on whether or not Jolly was still herself. He couldn't go back to his cage, back to counting every breath and heartbeat without knowing. Duff. 62. 2 down from the last count, but a good average of the preceding 78 calculations. Lewis had waited for the next opportunity to restart the count. The digital clock's flickering screen had snapped from one number to the next. Everything was zeros and ones. Everything. Reality was constructed of the patterns of alternating null to one, a dichotomy that resulted in an infinite number of universes. Lewis had shaken his head in annoyance. His momentary distraction had caused him to miss the arrival of the new minute, meaning he'd have to wait for the next to begin counting once more. Monitoring was key. Being the only human left meant he had to keep on top of all his own stats. You couldn't trust the machines. Their programming meant they could mislead you through no fault of their own, or in attempting to undermine your free will. When the next temporal transition had been heralded by the flashing screen high against his cell wall, Lewis had smartly slapped 2 fingers to his wrist and counted carefully. Dud-dove, dud-dove, dud-dove. He had managed to maintain focus on his task, even when the door of his small prison had flown open and the humanoid bot assigned as his jailer had quietly entered. Though he had ostensibly ignored its presence, Lewis had covertly watched the approach and marveled at the genius of the creators of this reality. The semblance of humanity was absolutely flawless and completely immersive in its accuracy, perfect in its imperfect behavioral idiosyncrasies. Ernie had sniffed disconsolately and waddled closer with his metal tray of paraphernalia. But there was always a tell, and Lewis had waited on tenterhooks for it. Then, there it had been. The digital watch screen had flickered 3 times in the exact same pattern, like Morse code. "All right there, Lou." Ernie had initiated his usual pre-programmed patter, a slight nasality to the quality of his vocal realization. Lewis had finished his last count, for now, 67. The tempo had definitely increased in the last 15 seconds of Ernie's presence. Then he had smiled at his captor, feigning a normal interaction between people. It didn't do to behave outside the parameters set as the norm for social interactions between the technological golems this facility housed. It would inevitably initiate protocols to encourage, even force, a return to the standard programming setting. Thus, politeness and normalcy were to be strived for in Lewis's every action, with nothing to upset the preset balance in his current reality. "I'm fine. How about you? That cold seems to be improving." Again, faux sympathy had been called for. Ernie had shrugged and smiled good-naturedly, setting his tools down. "Can't complain. I'm on the mend for sure." The bionic being had been evincing all the behaviors and symptoms of a person suffering from the flu over the past 2 weeks. Reddened nose and eyes, hacking cough, and a faucet-like nose. The subtlety of the lie he found himself immersed in was truly impressive, an achievement of gargantuan proportions, Lewis was sure, considering an entire world lay within its purview. Luckily, he was convinced they hadn't yet managed to infiltrate his mind in the form of his dreams. For it was there that he experienced many odd interactions without repercussions, and no breaks in the perfect rendering of a fake world as the ones he suffered when he was awake. It was the only space where he could revisit the before and not have it corrupted by the control exerted through oversight. Next week, me and the missus are off for our holidays. Wasn't gonna let this old flu bug eat into me free time, you know? A wink. Conspiratorial and meant to take Lewis in. He wasn't. He knew better. But he had to convince Ernie, and all the others for that matter, that he wasn't wise to their game and had seen through the matrix of obfuscation to the truth of this constructed reality. An unreality parading as the genuine thing sounds lovely. I hope you enjoy it. Cheers, mate. Now, business as usual, eh? And he handed the elements enforcing their control, innocuous looking and nondescript, but specially designed to cripple Lewis's wits and hobble him physically. Yet he'd found a way to subvert their control and would soon put his resulting nimbleness of mind and body to use, escaping their chains. The house still looked exactly as it had throughout his childhood, but Lewis wasn't so easily taken in. The trappings of constructed reality had all the appearance of authenticity, so he waited. As he watched, the front door swung open, and a woman exited. Her hair was short, and she'd aged, but she was undoubtedly the person he remembered. Jolly, muscles aching from the strain of holding back. He wouldn't approach her till he was sure she was the real deal, and not some corrupted, lesser version of his sister. Yet after watching carefully the entire day, and not noticing any giveaways in her vicinity, Lewis decided to pounce as she was unlocking the front door at dusk upon her return. It was a simple matter to shove in after her and grab her, holding on tightly and smothering any sounds she might make to alert the collective programming that surrounded them. Shh. Shh. It's me, Jolly. Don't struggle, otherwise they'll hear, he whispered urgently, trying to keep his grip gentle but unyielding. Oddly, she didn't stop resisting, but rather became even more frantic in her movements. His hand became wet with what he assumed were tears, deciding him on moving further into the house to stifle any hysteria she might unleash. After a significant amount of time, her movements became sluggish, and she gasped for breath. So he finally thought it safe to set her down gently on the couch. She immediately crawled to the furthest point, curled into a ball, and sobbed quietly as she shot him furtive glances. Lewis felt indescribably disappointed, because this proved what he had feared. The real Jolly would never be scared of him, especially not once she knew it was him. This Jolly didn't love him unconditionally, like his real sister did. She looked at him like you would a stranger and a threat. He could feel his heart breaking. What are you doing here, Lou? It whispered, looking at him with reddened eyes that somehow conveyed a soul-deep terror, a submerged hysteria. He genuinely couldn't get over how realistic the programming on these droids were. Fake Jolly looked exactly how he'd imagine real Jolly would look if a psychopathic madman had her cornered in anticipation of butchering her. "Why do you think I'm here?" he asked, allowing his head to loll against the couch back. Although he felt hopelessness swamp him, dragging him under and stripping him of his energy, he still experienced the need to test this rendition's capabilities. There was a pause as he noticed its hand reaching beneath the cushion and pressing down on something. He didn't really care. He knew the others would come for him and return him to his imprisonment, but he would use his little bit of freedom to question not Jolly. Are you here about Mum and Dad? Or are you here for me this time? Not Jolly's voice wobbled. Why would I be here for Mum and Dad? He frowned, trying to concentrate, but it felt like he was listening underwater. Because of what you did to them, it suddenly shrieked, looking enraged and distraught at the same time. So realistic. They must do it with some kind of mirroring application. What I did? Lewis was absolutely nonplussed as a kind of horrified realization crept over fake Jolly's face. You still don't remember, do you? You don't know. Its look of wretched acceptance on the too familiar face was almost too much to bear. What is it I'm supposed to know, Jolly? Is it the great secret? That nothing is real? Not even you? I already know that. He watched her, despite his vision flickering at the edges. He was beyond exhausted. His last hope of not being alone in a world of artificial intelligence and technology having been dashed. Imitation. Jolly's head shook slowly from side to side, blue and red lights flashing across its face and rendering it ghoulishly artistic. Must be the tell he'd been looking for all day. Lewis gripped the handle of the scalpel he'd pinched during his escape, now stashed in his back pocket. It would only be right to end this travesty of an imitation of his beloved sister. But she was still talking. No, Lou. You don't remember becoming sick while living in Mav's basement, away from us all, and then threatening me with a knife during one of your episodes. Her look was sorrowful now. He paused in grasping the blade, feeling the weirdness of this synchrony. A nebulous image flashed through his mind, like a half-remembered dream, of Jolly, long-haired and still youthful, lying on a blood-soaked tile floor, sobbing and shrieking in agony. Lewis shook his head to get rid of the intrusive thought. They were manipulating him. They were playing with his sense of reality, like they always did. Yet, still the droid, pretending to be jolly, continued. You don't remember killing Mom and Dad during a psychotic break, do you? Again, the flicker of an image, and then another, splayed limbs in a gruesome display, too horrible for Louis to even comprehend, not to mention the bloodied knife clutched in his own hand in that self-same scene. It wasn't real. It must be an induced hallucination. But mostly, you don't remember these things, or that we've discussed them many times over the years. You keep forgetting that all of this, everything, is real, except for your perception of reality, Lou. For the merest instant, Louis fully understood that the spoon hadn't bent, only for the door to burst open and his epiphany to escape him in the aftermath. He became, once more, the last remaining human in a made-up world. Dead girl walking. Nobody knows that I've been bit. Nobody can know. They'll kill me, and I wouldn't blame them. I wouldn't feel betrayed if my own sister put a gun to my head and pulled the trigger if she found out. I would do the same, because it is the right thing to do, the safe thing to do. So I'm biding my time. It may be selfish what I'm doing, but in this apocalyptic world, it's every man for himself, or every woman, in my case. Hurry up, Nevada. Tristan wants those potatoes by yesterday. We're having a feast. I snap out of my thoughts and go back to peeling the last potato. I'm basically done. Here, take them. She picks up the metal bowl and walks out of the house. All the makeshift houses were built in a big circle after the apocalypse, so we're all like one big family. Our house isn't much. A run-down cabin, really, in the middle of a field that's in the center of the great woods. That's where I was bit. It was my fault, but I just couldn't help myself. Thomas. The very thought of him makes my eyes tear up and makes me reach for my locket. A picture of the two of us on our 2-year anniversary inside. He was one of the first to turn. I visited him often, but I never crossed the electric fence. I sang to him. I talked to him, sure that he was listening, until one day, I couldn't help myself. 3 days ago, I turned the fence off for a split second in the middle of the night, and I climbed over. I've missed you, I had told him, and he looked at me with pure love until he grabbed me by my wrist and then my waist. Thomas, I screamed, but he never responded. He threw me to the ground, and I realized that he wasn't looking at me with love. He looked at me with hunger, with fury, and he bit me. I screamed and screamed until he let me go, but not before tearing a piece of my midsection out. He felt pity, and he ran. I crawled back through the fence, and I turned it back on. I couldn't get help, so I stitched it up myself. I wrapped it in bandages and threw the bloody shirt far over the fence. I brush my fingers past the stitches as I remember. I wince at the pain. My plan is to wait until the last moment. Then, in the middle of the night, like so many other times, I'll sneak off to the fence. But this time, I'll go over and I won't come back. It's best this way. Nobody has to suffer. They won't kill me or throw me to the zombies before I'm ready. My sister will think I was eaten by a bear. Or maybe they'll tell her that I got drunk and fell off a cliff. She wouldn't be surprised. My lips have touched more whiskey than water since Thomas turned. I walk out of the house and towards the crowd of people gathering in the center of the house circle. A big table is in the very center. I go up to Evangeline, my sister, who is setting up the tables. Why the big celebration? She looks up from the utensils and napkins. He wants to celebrate nobody being infected in the last year. She hesitates. Thomas marks the last person bitten. My eye twitches, but Eva doesn't seem to notice. I walk away from her without another word. I cannot hurt them. I cannot hurt Eva like this. I will leave tonight, after the feast, so I can have one last goodbye. I go back inside our house and get out my best outfit, the only dress that I had left, and my bright diamond heels, the most expensive thing I still had. My mother and father had gifted them to me before they were killed. Not by zombies, by a human, long before the apocalypse even started. I've never worn them to try and preserve them, just in case the apocalypse ever ended. I had a false hope that someday things would be normal again, and I would graduate or have my wedding in diamond heels. But I messed everything up. Eva will get my heels. She's begged for them for years, but I'm wearing them to the feast. Night falls quickly, and the people have put torches up next to every house, and at the corner of the feasting table, I serve myself a tall glass of liquor. I don't want to feel anything when the zombies take me. I can see the townspeople eyeing me and then staring at my drink. Everybody in town knows about me. The girl that used to have the kindest eyes and a bubbling personality. The girl whose eyes have lost their shimmer, whose soul has turned bitter. The girl who kept to herself inside her house and plugged her ears at every town gathering. Until now. It's good to see you, Nevada, Tristan says from behind me. I turn my head around and smile at him. Yes, it is. It's a lovely night that you've arranged for the town. He laughs. It's what I do best, sweets. I smile at that, my nickname since I was a little girl. I'll miss Tristan. He walks over to greet a couple that just approached the table. I look around the field to see happy people, dancing and singing, drinking, eating, and cheering. Oh God, what am I still doing here? It's not just my bite that could infect them. It's me. I've been infecting the town, my sister, and Tristan. I don't fit here anymore. I suck up their happiness. I don't belong. I have to leave right now. I quickly find Eva and ask her to walk with me. What's wrong, Nevada? I flash my most convincing smile at her. Nothing. Just wanted to spend some time with you. She looks at her feet. I love you. You know that, right, kid? I ask her. She looks up at me and smiles. I love you too, no matter what. She hugged me tightly. The first hug she had given me in over a year, and I hugged her back. Listen, Ava, I started. I'm sorry for not being there for her skin. It smells delicious. Her eyes, they're so pretty. I want to know what they would look like in between my teeth. And I bite her, and a couple drops of blood flow from her cheek and into my mouth. I greedily gulp it down, and I crave more. I want to hurt her. I have to hurt her. So I bite deeper, and then she starts to scream. It's an agonizing and ear-piercing scream. I am startled by the scream, and I jump back. And the split second is all I needed to snap out of it. No. No, no. It was never supposed to be like this. I wasn't supposed to hurt her. I run to get help, spitting her blood out of my mouth and wiping my face with my sleeve. I run as fast as I can. Tristan! I scream. Please! Anybody! I need them to kill me, or to help Eva, if they can. Tristan looks up and walks towards me. A crowd gathers around him, muttering, afraid. What is it, Nevada? He asks, obviously agitated. Suddenly the crowd behind him gasps, and Tristan whips his gun out from its holster. I prepare to be shot, but quickly realize he isn't pointing it at me. His gun is pointed at Eva. She is slowly crawling towards us, blood streaming down her face, and an obvious bite marks her cheek. No, don't shoot her, I scream, and try to lunge towards Tristan. She's infected, he says, as he shoves me off. Eva looks up at me, hurt. There is agony and fear in her eyes, but the thing that she feels most is clear: betrayal. Tristan pulls the trigger. Once, twice, and a final time. I fall to the ground beside her. Bullet holes pierce her small body. She's dead. She hasn't turned yet, but they killed her. She's dead forever. What have I done? Tristan and another man drag me off of her, and Tristan pulls me into a tight hug, forcing me to face away from her body. But I feel no guilt anymore. I want to rip Tristan's flesh off of his bones, I want to taste his tendons, his blood. I push away from him. I can't hurt another person. Shoot me, Tristan. He looks at me, perplexed. What? No, I'm not going to shoot you. You can't ask me to take your life. I look up at him. No tears in my eyes, no shame, only hunger and rage. I bit her, so shoot me too. Tristan raises his gun again, but hesitates. I'm already turned. It won't kill me. I slide my heels off and place them in the grass. The crowd follows my every move. Bury Evangeline in these. I sit in the grass and nod at Tristan, instructing him to pull the trigger. His hand shakes as he walks towards me, pressing his gun to my temple. Goodbye, Nevada, he says, forcing a smile. But I can see his eyes are full of tears. I look straight into his eyes, and his mention of my name, not my nickname, my old life, snaps me back to reality. I sob, big and ugly sobs, and I only cry harder at the sight of my dead sister. I don't want to be shot, I shout. But Tristan doesn't move his gun. I know. Just close your eyes and don't think about it. I hear a sob creeping into his throat. So I just do as he says. I shut my eyes and wring my hands together. Say hello to Thomas for me, sweets. He whispers in my ear, and everything goes quiet. I wake up to birds chirping, wind blowing through the trees, and the sight of my Thomas. Thomas! I jump up, but I feel a pounding headache. I put my hand to my forehead and feel a steady stream of blood coming from a bullet. But I don't care. Thomas is here. He holds my face. I've missed you, love. Virus. I am so crushed by time. Time and these oozing wounds and the rotten flesh, like mealy apple that is my chest cavity. Rotten skin and an infected mind. Gangrenous parietal. So insatiably starving for living flesh, to rend it in my grinding jaw, the music of muscle mashing between molars and canines. A beating heart, my own, a thick, bloody steak. The fog of insanity. I am a monster, a living dead. I was once a man, the axe head dragging heavy in the dirt. A curved razor edge and an engraved raven screaming in the silver. Scratches all along the throat and dried blood caked from heel to toe. A thin trail drawn in my footsteps, full of nightmares and terror. A horsefly crawls from a soggy hole in my cheek. Up ahead, in the cobalt blue between night and dawn, a cabin with windows boarded and the door barricaded. Faint whisper of light on the eastern rim, hope pretending to be where it's certainly not. Or is it truly there? Does hope still exist when your own has gone from the world? Footsteps forward. An animal slaughtered and torn to bits in the yard. A goat, most likely. Its rib cage shorn and sucked of the marrow. Bones and hooves make for lovely crowns. Some of the infected have shown an affinity for satanic macabre, my own skin crawling. The devil inside me too. Feed, devour carcasses, piled and burned and turned to ash. Skulls with strips of flesh melted to orbitals. An explosive exit wound from a lonely dome rolled to the bottom of the blackened heap. Shotgun sawed off. The stench is unmistakable, an overpowering, mutant reek blowing about in the wind. Someone has defended this place well. It's eerie and silent. No barn or garage. Tracks swerve backwards frantically in the gravel driveway. No vehicle in sight. A rope swing slung from the branch of an oak shivers in the breeze. Crows cry from the barren trees. They've learned not to pick at our remains. Those that do go stark mad. They attack their own, and soon the whole murder is infected. Dark balloons, writhing in the sky, plowing at high velocities into stone structures, crashing through glass and shredding themselves to feathered ribbon. Perhaps everything living is gone. No. Through the foul aroma, something else. Sweat. Blood. Tears. Feast. The wood porch groans under my feet. Rancid stumps numb to feeling. Digits cracked and twisted from wild wanderings. Everything boarded. Nothing through which to peer. I rap a knuckle on the door. Solid, reinforced with planks, or perhaps the overturned dining room table. I make sure to stay clear of the frame. Whatever shotgun did damage to that skull could be waiting on the other side. Moments go by. Nothing. I asked Caroline to marry me in a field of sunflowers. I planned to surprise her at the peak, but the sun pouring over the ridge painted everything a warm, liquid gold and filled me with a fearlessness I've not felt since. A courage that makes old friends of forever. She paused, a petal between her fingertips, and when she turned around, I was on one knee with a little box and a ring. I didn't even get the words out. "Yes," she breathed, dropping to the ground with me, my palm circling the small of her back, her hand running laps through my hair. Brown eyes, like Kodiak fur. I press my ear to the door. Raw appendage, blistered by the cold. The upper portion torn away by raking fingernails. Inside, a sound wave, barely a ripple, and then a booming echo, the thundering of a grandfather clock from a time long past. What's the hour? 5 a.m.? 6? What do the hands of a clock mean when time itself has stopped? And who said it ever really began? All of us zombies back then, slaves to time, wishing we had more, doing nothing with it, the best intentions, and all of our might, and all we did was eat the world. Mind virus, mustard gas in my demented cerebral, entire battalions twisting in the mud, gasping and choking, clawing away at their necks. Quiet, solitude, a freezing morning, and a cabin in the woods. Flesh, feed, gorge. I descend back down the steps and head for the rear of the house. My eyes dart in their sockets, alert to danger. The obliterated mutants in the yard burned in my thoughts like the scorched outline of a cattle brand. A ton of ammunition to build a mountain of bodies that big. Landmines and claymores, maybe. But the car gone, and no sniper fire to greet me. A fiendish drawl of laughter leaks from me. Where else to go? The hell is all around you. The backyard, gray and dreary and desolate. Spindly trees like crooked skeletons, and a rusted weather vane plunged into the earth. A playscape with a slide and tunnel. Haunting emptiness. Abandoned next to the playscape. A purple big wheel with pink streamers taped to the handlebars, and Disney princess stickers pasted all along the back seat. Ice in my fingertips and chalk in my throat. A rupture in time and a memory forced to the surface. Winter sunlight streaming through the living room window, and a cinnamon aroma wafting through the hall. Evergreen needles and ornaments sparking within. Icicles and candy canes and crimson hearts adorned with all of our smiles. Thrashing, tearing, ripping. The wrapping paper undone while she giggles with glee. Wow, she hollers, animated as a cartoon coyote losing its top. Yay, Daddy. She bounces up and down in the rubble, the paper crunching and crinkling beneath her, a smile on my face, and Caroline's hands on my shoulders. She kisses my cheek and rests her chin on the top of my head. "Oh, what did you get her?" she asks, the size of the box exasperating the tone in her voice. Surely there's nowhere to put it? Not in this tiny space. "It's a big wheel, Mommy." She's flipping it sideways and shoveling away the mess to give her mother a clear view. Her eyes beam with excitement, and electricity crackles in the room. Fleece jammies and wool socks floating a few strands of her strawberry blonde locks in the sunlight. "Can we take it out, Daddy? Can we?" She tugs at my arm. "It's all right with me. Ask your mom, though. Even Daddy has to ask Mom when he wants to do something around here." She bites her lip. She can be annoyed by the box occupying half the living room, or the childishness of her husband's silly, untrue joke. But what she can't deny is the thrill in her daughter's voice, or the simple joy that arises within a child when they receive a bike on Christmas. "Oh, okay," she relents, "but coat and boots on Missy. And take your father with you. I've got a breakfast casserole in the oven, and I still have to ice the cinnamon rolls." Gabby bounds from the room cheering. "And you?" She gives a playful shove. "Get that box down into the dumpster before I tape you inside and return to sender." I wrap her in my arms and take her down to the rug. She shrieks and we laugh and kiss, rolling around in the mess. The empty playscape again, front and center, and the big wheel lonely on the hard ground. Rage surges through me. I have the sudden urge to split a living thing in two, to pin its entrails to the wall. My hunger is an ocean, a quick twitch, wretched suffering, and a tweaking need for flesh between my teeth. There's a log on a stump from the before times when smoke from a chimney wasn't a sure way to get you killed. I raise the axe over my head and unleash an animal howl. I bring it down savagely, splitting the log in two and the stump 3/4 the way to the ground. Rage. Feed. I pry the axe free and return my gaze to the cabin. Something unexpected. The back entrance is exposed. The door's been ripped from its hinges. It lies mangled 10 yards away. Darkness in the frame. Silence. No movement, but my own steps forward. A snarling in my mind. An impatient unease. I pick up a stone and lob it through the door. No hail of gunfire. No screams shredding the silence. I hold the axe steady and enter. A trail of blood on the kitchen floor and a shattered coffee pot nearby. Jagged remains of dishes scattered everywhere. Bullets in the wall and casings at my feet. A confrontation. But where are the bodies? Or at least the remains? Somewhere near. The scent is stronger, and the sound audible through the door. It's clearer now. A radio. There's a radio playing. It's coming from the living room. More blood on the carpet. Not just droplets, but messy splatters with a darker hue. A more gaping wound. An open artery. A bigger chunk removed. A green light blinks in the bookcase. The radio mumbles away. My monologue's out of control. I found the hole where the happiness goes. Lump in my throat and a throat in my tongue. I'm gonna scream at the top of my lungs. You get lost in the ocean. What do you do when you are so broken? The flood, the feeling comes over. How are you so loved and so lonesome? I press the power button and the noise ceases. Starving. I'm so starving. And sun-stable calm has bloomed within me. A hurricane eye still and silent, outside of which the chaos of the universe churns. A chaos untamed by the God that created it. What God? So much hatred in my heart. If infinite wisdom allows for this, then I wish to remain a feral beast forever. Up the stairs I go. In the hallways is where I find them, an infected with its head blown off, gushers of blood pooled in a lake around its body. Rigor mortis set in long ago. The creature's bony fingers have curled and cemented, its spine stiff as a folding board, and the smell putrid even to me. Black flies feasting on the carcass. A rat scurries from the gaping hole in its neck. The man of the house sat up against the wall at the end of the hallway, a shotgun blast through his heart. I bare my teeth and lean in for a closer look. Yellow in his eyes, in his fingernails, claw marks on his neck, infected by the thing he slew. Took his own life to avoid the fate of us. He's a weak dead, at least. No use to me. I crave flesh that's alive. There's nothing alive here. I reach into his pocket and find an unused shell. I slot into the shotgun and tuck the weapon under my arm. I descend the stairs and head back outside. I make for the woods behind the cabin. Maybe I can kill a buck and drain its blood, enough to sustain me while I hunt. Icy dew on the hard ground. It cracks beneath my steps. I stop in my tracks, and a hellish grin spreads slowly on my cracked lips. What a gift of the virus. The nose of a bloodhound. The scent has returned. It possesses me, makes my blood boil. I follow it, saliva dripping from my chops. Thump, hollowness beneath me. I roll onto my toes and then back on my heels. A creaking, and then a soft whimper. I can hear the blood rushing in their veins. My rain blows down upon the concealed cellar door, screams that curdle the air, and animal fear that only presents inches from death. I jam my heel into the destroyed wood and rip the pathetic thing from its hinges. I descend down, feeding time, a woman in tears and shaking uncontrollably. The virus propelling me forward like a demonic puppet. So dark in here, just a single lantern, and still barely any light in the sky. My jaw ready to clamp her throat, a whimper beneath her breast. A child, a girl, 2 years old, time swirling backwards again. Terrified screams, creatures tearing through our home, crawling on the walls and ceiling. Caroline sprints to the truck, Gabby bawling in her arms. The pistol barks in my hand. A bullet explodes through the eye of a pursuing mutant. Now I'm tearing after both of them, heart in my throat. The fear of God releasing atmospheres of adrenaline. I rip open the cab door, but it's too slow. The creature's claws are in my calf, and he's drawn blood. I waste him with the last bullet in the chamber and fall backwards, dragged to the pavement. I can feel it surging inside of me. Caroline's screaming, my face in her cupped hands, hot tears streaming down, foam in my mouth and violent convulsions. My windpipe is constricting. Go. I breathe. Caroline. Go. No, she cries. No, I won't leave you. Jagged needles of pain shooting up and down my limbs. Feverish sweat pouring from my glands. Go, or I'll kill you. She clutches harder. No, I won't. Yellow sun bursting in my corneas. Boiling rage and insanity beginning to blink its horrible visions. I take a final look at my baby girl. Then my last words before losing control. Go, or I'll kill her. The Jeep roars from the driveway, gravel dust clouds, and descends upon me. Wailing with her hands, pounding the glass, is Gabby. In her grip, her little Jonathan husky doll, time present again. In the dark cellar, a mother and her daughter. And in the terrified girl's hands, a stuffed beagle. Her own Jonathan. I jolt backwards, the cords in my neck straining under great pressure. Oxygen has evacuated my lungs. Kill, feed, musty in the cellar. A dankness that comes with the dark and wet. Go, Caroline, I won't. I collapse to my knees and retch. Blood in my eyes. Ravenous hunger that grips me. The woman clutches her girl and cries. She rocks back and forth, covering her daughter's eyes. No, I can't. No, I won't. Choked words between the retching. I won't leave you. Go, or I'll kill her. The fury is about to take over. I can feel it cresting into the abyss. One last shred of humanity inside me. My daughter's eyes in my soul. I clasp the shotgun and slide it, panicked, across the cement floor. Do it! I scream. But the virus has taken everything, and it comes out as a wild, maniacal howl. I'm overtaken, completely overrun. There is no more of me left. She lunges for the shotgun. I lunge to feast. A blast shatters the morning. There is no more of me left. Man to monster. The bite mark upon my shin shined red with a purple hue, outlining the teeth indentations. No, no, George, please, no, wailed my wife, her knees buckled, slamming against the wooden floor of the abandoned, looted home we had found short reprieve in God knows where, Michigan. My children, Merrill and Leo, stood behind their distraught mother. By the looks on their faces, they had not yet comprehended the severity of my situation. It had been a week and a half since the outbreak. A lab test that had gone awry. The U.S. military thought they had created a superhuman drug, one that overrode the humanistic qualities of pain, reservations, fear, and the consequence of reckless abandonment. Simultaneously, this drug also heightened testosterone and adrenaline levels, beyond their standard yield. The intent was, upon inoculation of the said drug, the soldier, marine, fighter pilot, policeman, fireman, and any other form of military and first responder personnel necessary for the safety and protection of the populace would become fearless machines that could enter any burning building, gunfight, and combat zone with the sole intention of completing their objective without the inhibitions of the typical human. One would think this was the beginning of creating the most fearless corps of men and women the world had ever seen. From my understanding, the testing transpired in a Northern Californian military installation. Volunteers of the U.S. Armed Forces participated in the experimentation with the promise of hefty compensation. At first, it seemed a success. News reports stated that the super soldier had been produced, stoking courage in our countrymen and fear in our enemies. Footage circulating the interwebs showed army men stepping through thick, boarded walls, swarming and cutting down artificial targets with precision and lethality, scaling walls at lightning-fast speed, and performing deftly feats on land, air, and sea. The Pentagon was still patting itself on the back when one of the test subjects had ravaged and gored his wife, child, and house pet. Not only that, another was at a house party and had cut, bit, and shredded some of the other party-goers with their bare hands. Worse, those affected by these sudden acts of acute violence had taken on the monstrous nature as well. The captured affected, now infected, were held against their will by scientists of the highest order. These experts revealed the drug's design had gone rogue, what best could be described as a feedback loop. The effects that made the drug successful had become indefatigable. The bodies of those with the drug in their bloodstream were unable to shake its domineering effects. It seemed to feed itself, making the subjects more fearless and tolerant of pain. Moreover, its psychosis-altering capabilities had reached levels of deadly proportions. A ravenous desire to bite, claw, and eat raw flesh had become the deity of their souls and singular desire. They had become what we had called, in sci-fi, fiction lore, and literary horror, now a reality. Zombies. When our little suburban outpost in Lansing had become overrun by these zombies, Weezo, like millions of others across the country, made a break for safety. As to where that was, we did not know. But we knew to pack our things and take off in the minivan. However, that did not last long, as traffic and the onslaught of the infected stagnated vehicular mobility. We took on foot, crossing medians, abandoned interstates, through woods and fields, and anywhere where the screams of victims and wretched cries of monsters had subsided. Government proclamations were useless, assuring us to stay in our houses until protection arrived was akin to waiting in a burning house until rain clouds arrived. To top it all off, there was not even a whisper of a cure. We were at the mercy of this infernal contagion. The zombies finally forced us out of a vacant barn we had stayed in for a few days. I hot-wired an old pickup truck in a nearby garage and drove on some back roads until we encountered an abandoned neighborhood. With a machete I had collected in my hand, I had cut down all opposition in our way. A fully infected zombie, which still had the rigors of a merciless beast, also had severely debilitated coordination and reaction. My machete swiped and sliced through the susceptible flesh of the infected. A mere sidestep and a high school level trained baseball swing proved sufficient. All seemed manageable, that is, until I passed a half-chewed corpse, severed by what appeared to be the teeth marks of a chainsaw. As I motioned for my family to hurry over an HVAC unit and through a busted-out living room window, the halved corpse snatched me by the ankle with its clammy, gray hand. It yanked itself towards my leg and clamped its maw around my shin. I stifled my cry and hacked it away until it fell still. My wife, Erin, noticing the struggle, immediately turned her eyes toward the wound as I entered the abode, leading us to our current predicament. She groaned and cried, knowing what was in store for me, for us. I could not help but try to comfort her. I bent down to collect her. "No!" she shrieked, slapping my hand away. A sudden life beheld her, for she scuttled to our children and held them in her arms. A darkened complexion formed on her face. She snatched the machete and extended its edge toward me. My initial reaction was to reprimand her for the hurt. But conceding doom was at my door. It gave me hope. For even if the slightest bit of my bodily fluids entered her bloodstream, our children could fall too, devoured by filicidal mania. If my wife were willing to reject her husband, one she had been lovingly married to for nearly a decade, with such sharp rebuke, she must certainly have the perseverance to lead 2 of our 4 surviving children. My children, Meryl and Leo, had not fully understood the dystopian future before them. At the formative ages of 8 and 6, respectively, they knew something was unnatural about this new reign of terror. They had seen their elder brother and sister ripped to pieces, protecting them from the infected pursuants. When I found time to weep for my eviscerated firstborns, I did so liberally, but not in front of them. I will join them shortly, but I must put my mortal family in order first. "Honey, Meryl, Leo," I said, kneeling to meet their eye level. "Yes, Daddy," uttered Meryl. She had her chin against her chest, and it quivered. "That's a good girl," I said. "I want you to." A sudden pang shot through me. The side of my neck tightened, and my lower jaw protruded out, baring my lower row of teeth. The children gasped. My wife pulled them close to her and backed away from me. "Back!" I shouted. "Get back!" I was not sure how the transition would consume me, but I had certainly felt it. A raging swell of power spread within me. It was like a high, unlike anything I had experienced before. My strength seemed to surge. The forces of gravity were effectless. A ludicrous idea came over me that I could easily lift a car or thrust my knee through the wall. Subsequently, a craving for flesh had come. My mind started to obsess over the notion of sinking my teeth into a sumptuous piece of raw chicken. I thought about how my teeth would break the surface, diving into its tender structure and tearing it and consuming it, slaking my hunger. I slid my tongue between my molars to replicate the sensation. Then my senses returned. I must have fallen into a fit, for my family gaped at me with fretful eyes. I was on my side in a pool of sweat. I didn't move. If I could lie still and slow my heart rate, perhaps the effects of the bite would curb, leaving my family more time to flee so they could remember me before I succumbed. "Sweetheart," I grunted. A pain was forming deep within the pit of my stomach. I want you to get to my parents." My wife, clutching our children, replied with a tear-filled cry. How? Why? How? Their cabin in Barreton. They have guns, land. It's isolated. The pain had reached an unruly state. My back arched, my limbs tightened, and I began to writhe and twist upon the ground violently. I froze, paralyzed by the locking measures of my muscles. I saw my son's leg, supple and bare, peek out from behind his mother. It was then that a sudden predatory inhabitant inside me overpowered my sensibilities. My fingers dug into the floor. I let out a roar, drool trailing from my jowls, and scampered toward my terrified family, ready to tear the flesh from their hides. "Run, kids, run," my wife cried. As my family started to flee, the fear of loss, my human quality, supplanted the monster that had hijacked my mind. My body eased, and I slumped again. "Erin!" I shouted. She and my children were near the end of the hall. They turned around. I was dizzy, exhausted, and on the brink of fainting, for my body could not handle the sudden rise of the drug's power. What is it?" she shouted through sobs. My head rolled to its side. I took in the sight of the beautiful family I had, the woman I had vowed to, the son and daughter I had watched grow and play, the family I carried in my heart. "Take care. I love you." Her chin quivered. "I love you too," she said. I breathed a sigh of release. "Go!" I shouted. "Get out of here!" My wife nodded and sped around the corner. When the patters of their feet were out of earshot, I was at peace. The mental guards laid down their defenses, and the disease scaled the ramparts, displacing the man I was and becoming the monster I had feared. I let out a horrid, blood-fueled screech as I rose from the floor, tearing my clothes from my body. It was rage. It was fury. It was the lust to kill and taste the living. A waft of the odors left by my family slithered up my nostrils. I inhaled their flavor, turned towards the hall, and sped after them. The hunt was on. The gray sensitive. Theme warning. Violence, gore, horror, suicide, ideation. It's a hole in the ground. Newspaper, leaves, and cardboard. Paracord to the truck behind. Pitfall, the shuffling is sporadic. Moments of silence. Then the stomach growls. The creature shuffles. It's a rabbit. An albino. Comes out like an old magician's hat. No fight. I pull it close to my face. Can feel its breath. Its heart beats quick. It doesn't fight. Why? No broken limbs. No signs of tears. The stomach growls. Look in its eyes. Beady. Red. I sigh, set it down. Doesn't run. Sniffs the air. Steps around. Timid. Walks back to the pitfall. Flops inside. Shuffles. Stops. I want to laugh, but the forest is quiet. No wind. Once a concrete jungle. Shopping malls, cars, people. Now it belongs to the green. What isn't claimed by the green is claimed by the gray. And the gray is quiet. It squeaks. I pick it up again. Doesn't fight. Set it down. Block the path to the pitfall with boot. It walks around a bit. It's lost. Alone. No instincts to live. Strange. Branch snaps behind me. Big branch. Reach for gun. Black. Flash. Big flash. Bang. Birds fly away. Fluttering wings echo amongst the concrete and trees. Rabbits gone. Slight rustling in the distance. It stops. Too small for bear. Must be bobcat. Agile, quick. There's blood spray on the road. Twisted pattern against overgrowth. I follow it. I am the apex. I am what's left. I am man. Follow for a mile. Blood drippings and shuffled leaves leads to real forest. Dense. No concrete. The gray has touched these trees. Now it rots with life. The coating is amalgamated. All is one, and one is all. The gray spreads slowly. That is its way. Leaves touch where they shouldn't. They grow into each other until two become one, until 100 becomes one, until all is gray. The trail of the beast walks the line between life and fake life, where the earth is still brown, the ground's too dry to give a distinct print. Where the world is gray, the blood loses its color and feeds the machine. The sun is setting. The gray will seed to the earth. Still, it grows. The whole of it, the lot of it, pushing over the trail, seeping into the earth, must follow the color until there is none left. Dusk has set. When the green is quiet, the gray may speak. The gray's owls hoot their calls, distorted cries echoing amongst itself. Mockery. They called to me from the canopy. Hoot, where do you go? I don't answer the gray. It's all lies. Hoot, why do you go? I don't answer. Derek, more human this time. My love, don't stop. We miss you. I stop and look into the gray. It glows at night, coding stolen from fireflies. It hums and haws with energy. Colors, shifting blue, green, orange, where it wills. The gray squelches against itself, tearing, ripping, like the sound of flesh in the mouth of a bear. Trees cracking under pressure that builds until it snaps. It tears itself to breed. A silhouette stands deep in the gray. It hides behind a tree. Gnawed silver fingers stretched around the bark of more gray. Derek, far more human than before, I pull out the gun. Is it you? Female. Familiar. I pull back the hammer. Derek, please. I put the barrel to my temple. The gray recoils. Low. Guttural hiss. Vibrating through the silver mass. The apparition melts into itself, seeping back into the gray like water into sand. I sigh, put down the gun, pull out the torch, follow the trail, ignore the memories. The trail remains. The blood falls more into the green. If it's a cat, it's big. It's eaten well. There's a river nearby. Fresh water, lips are dry. Cracked. Hands too. The trail leads to the sound of water. Moonlight sparkles through the canopy of leaves. The beast has taken me to a pond. Frogs hop amongst lily pads. Ribbit. Stomach growls. Make a gig out of branches and twine. Spear 3. Cut back of necks. Peel off skin. Use knife to cut through feet and hips. Legs are good. Moonlight is good. Dump in salt water. Start a fire. Burn the impurities. Feast beneath the stars. The tune of water is nice. It does not squelch. It does not cry. It simply flows. Night has seeped in. The beast will tire. Now is the time. Pack up supplies. Throw discarded frog bits to where the gray will come. Let it feast on the dead instead. Cross the river. Find trail. Blood patterns are more frequent. Not far. Put torch on shoulder. Count bullets. 4. Holster gun with strap loose. Draw spear. Listen, leaves, wind. Whine. The whine is not a cat. Draw nearer to animal. Blood pools in thick puddles. Whine is frequent. The beast is hurt enough to not be alarmed by the light. Keep it on. Something is tearing flesh. Sounds like the gray, but raw. It's chewing. Hide in bush. Close to the beast. Very close. The beast is not alarmed. Not by the light. Not by footsteps. Not by me. I face the beast beneath the light of my torch. The beast is not a cat. It's a dog, Great Dane, mouth stained with blood. Bullet hit right flank, bleeding under the moon. Alive, barely. The squelching sound continues. Not the dog. Shine light towards it. Its eyes catch the light, but it does not move. It holds the remains of the white rabbit in its dark and thin fingers. Blood shines off the skin around the mouth, takes the rabbit, and bites into the guts raw. Its beady eyes look at me. Silent intrigue. I kneel to its level. It watches me without concern or care. A child. A human child. I rush to him. The dog growls and stands on its wounded leg. I raise my hands and cede. The dog rests and resumes its whines, not taking its eyes off me. There is no sign of the gray on the child. There is no sign of gray on the dog. Both are younger than the gray. Take off rucksack. Gather firewood. Build small fire. Child watches in awe. Dog is unbothered. Offer small berries to child. It smiles and takes them with bloodied hands. The child eats until it cannot and falls asleep. The dog rests where it lay. I take the rabbit and cut it to pieces. Cooking what's left, eating little, and saving the rest. I curl next to the fire and let sleep take me. The dog's barks startle me awake. Frequent yaps at something behind me. The child has taken my spear and points it behind me. The sun is overhead. I have slept too long. Twist in place. The gray surrounds me. Silver apparitions stand above, shaped like humans, features like humans, but only gray. The dog barks more frequently. The child is near to tears, screaming. The gray has claimed my leg. Its crawl is slow. I thrust my leg free from the mold, but the gray has seeped into my skin. The child screams again, jabbing at the apparitions. It connects with one, but the apparition holds the spear tightly and pulls the child in. Don't think. Jump at apparition. Push child away. Apparition swallows me, wrapping my skin. Reach for gun. Bring to head. Bang. Nothing. Still here. mist. Apparition pulls hand down, kicks gun to the green to the child. The child stares at me. Nod to gun. Do it. First words I have uttered in years. Do it. The gray brings me to my knees. Apparitions all around, touching, feeling, taking me. The mold crawls slow, points of contact multiplying. Do it! The child picks up the gun and points it at me. Relief. I don't fight anymore, but the child does. Its hands tremble. The child's eyes are teary. It has not known me. Still, it weeps. I smile. It's okay. It's okay, little one. Let it happen. Bang! The quiet island. When Flo heard the car approaching, she darted off the road and crouched low behind an olive tree. She didn't dare move. At 13, she knew how dangerous it was to be out here alone. The car rattled past, the sound fading in the distance, leaving only the hum of crickets. As she stood up, the ground beneath her tilted, like the deck of a sinking ship, and she had to clutch the tree for balance. Another dizzy spell. They'd been hitting her all morning. She needed to find food, and soon she stepped back onto the road and started walking. After about an hour, as the sun crept over the mountains, Flo spotted an orange grove a few paces off the road. The ground was littered with fruit, but most had passed their best. She saw a couple of ripe ones still clinging to their branches, and after a few attempts, she managed to jump high enough to reach them. She sat down in the dappled shade and demolished the fruits. The juices ran down her chin, but she didn't care. She hadn't eaten real food in weeks. After a short rest and a brief pee in the bushes, Flo continued along the road. She didn't know how much further she'd have to walk, but she knew that so long as she kept the mountains behind her, she'd be all right. By mid-morning, Flo had given up wiping the sweat from her brow, surrendering her eyes to the stinging. She wanted to rest, but knew that the heat would only get worse as the day wore on. Besides, her parents would have surely woken up by now and discovered she had gone. Would they come looking for her? Would they be brave enough? Could they be brave enough? Flo pressed on, the trees thinning until there was nothing besides a few fragrant shrubs and yellowed grass. She grabbed a handful of thyme and rubbed it with her fingers, the sharp scent cutting through the dry air. Her eyes widened when she noticed the view ahead of her. There it is, she said, running a hand through her hair, which was now thick and greasy. In front of her, not half a mile away, was the sparkling waters of the Mediterranean Sea. "Eat that, Duke of Edinburgh," she said, and laughed. In the distance, she could make out a small fishing village, with its rocky pier and shallow sandy beach. There were no boats at the pier, nor any out at sea. There were no planes in the sky, either. It was all so eerie. Flo had arrived in Crete less than 2 months ago. She'd been brimming with excitement for her first holiday abroad. But now, after everything that had happened, it seemed like a distant memory. She paused for a moment, her gaze drifting to a tiny island not far from the shore. It was too small to be inhabited by people, but she could see specks of birds circling above. She wondered if it was possible to swim to the island. Back in school, she'd earned her 200-meter badge, which she was quite proud of, though this distance looked at least twice that. Pulling herself away from the view, she followed the road. It twisted and turned and descended toward the town. And eventually, the surface transitioned from gravel to tarmac. The first building Flo came across was a row of holiday villas, each a different pastel color. She approached one of them, standing on her tiptoes so she could see over the stone wall and into the garden. There was a swimming pool, but the water was murky green. A body floated face down in the center. She wandered over to the next villa, which didn't have a wall, and was relieved to find that the swimming pool was empty. Unfortunately, the sunbed next to it was not. A woman lay flat on the bed, her arms dangling on either side. She wore a black bikini, and her spilled guts glistened in the sunlight, festering and dissected by the feral cats. Flo turned to leave, but after a few paces, her morbid curiosity got the better of her. She glanced back and stiffened. The woman was sitting bolt upright. Flo swallowed hard and hurried along the road. Behind her, she heard a low gurgle, wet and bubbling. The village was only a short walk from the villa. It had a central road that led directly to the seafront. Along the road were numerous shops that sold what her dad would call tourist tat. Trying her luck, Flo stepped into one of them at random. Inside, the air was thick and stale. Flo scanned the shelves, hoping for something, anything, edible. The place, however, had been ransacked. What was left had little use to her now. Fridge magnets, postcards, swimming goggles, ceramic figures, tourist guides offering the hidden gems of Crete, handcrafted wooden coasters and honey dippers. And there, right at the back of the store, perched high on the top shelf, stood a large jar of stuffed green olives. Flo didn't care much for olives, but it was not the time to be picky. She walked down the aisle toward the shelves and reached upward, but it was no good. She needed to get higher. She found an empty crate nearby. Using it as a step, she touched the base of the jar with her fingertips. It would have to do. She began to edge the jar when something stirred from somewhere inside the store. Flo turned her head, her eyes darting from aisle to aisle, searching for the source of the sound. Nothing. All right, she thought. Just grab the olives and get the hell out of here. She continued maneuvering the jar, inch by inch, until she could get her hands under it. Got it. She lowered the jar and tucked it safely under her arm. As she climbed down, her vision suddenly blurred. A million black flies swarming behind her eyelids. The ground seemed to shift beneath her feet, and the next thing she knew, she was lying flat on her back. Dazed, Flo tilted her head to one side, her gaze lingering on the smashed jar of olives beside her, the brine pooling across the floor. Something crunched over the glass. Flo snapped her head up and gasped. A slender, crooked figure was shuffling toward her, walking over the shards of glass. She was an elderly woman. Her skin was pale and torn like tissue paper. Her sunken eyes were a clouded gray and unblinking. Flo scrambled to her feet, scoring her palms on the broken glass as she stood. Though she barely felt the pain, the woman inched closer. Her jaw hung open, her lips cracked and bloodless. A faint groan rose from her throat, like a rusted hinge. The old woman stood between Flo and the exit. Flo hesitated. Her eyes flickered between the woman and the doorway. She picked up the crate and shoved it into the elderly woman. The woman staggered back, arms flailing. Flo tossed the crate aside and made a break for the exit. She was almost there when the light from the doorway darkened. A hulking creature stepped into the store. It stood 6 feet tall, its chest and shoulders matted with hair. Blistered skin peeled away in leathery strips, scorched by the heat. The creature gave a deep, sickening groan as it lumbered toward Flo. Behind it, more zombies filtered in. 2, 3, 4. So many. Flo stepped backward, but slipped on a smear of sun cream, landing hard on the floor. She yelled in pain. She grabbed the shelves and pulled herself up, knocking over a stand of sunglasses that clattered to the floor. Flo spun around and froze. The elderly woman stood at the end of the aisle, blocking her path. "No," Flo whispered. A wave of hopelessness overwhelmed her. She pressed her back against the wall, her body trembling. The undead closed in. Flo squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself, waiting for the inevitable. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4. She opened her eyes. The zombie, the big one, stood in front of her. The stench was suffocating. Flo held her breath, remaining completely still. She watched with confusion as it turned its back to her, looking down at where the sunglasses had landed. The others slowed too. Flo frowned. What was happening? She waved her hand in front of one of them. It didn't even flinch. They must have been attracted to the sound, Flo thought. They're not interested in me. Flo slipped past the mob. They looked almost as confused as Flo felt, and stepped out into the blinding sun. I'm invisible. For the next couple of hours, Flo embraced her newfound superpower. She raided the shops and managed to scavenge a box of honey-soaked pastry nests and 2 cans of Greek lemonade. She consumed the lot in one sitting before moving to other shops, trying on dresses and sun hats and expensive jewelry. She grew strangely accustomed to the zombies, now that they didn't seem to see her as a meal. When she grew tired, Flo headed to the beach. She laid a towel on an empty sunbed and sat down. A few zombies rested on nearby beds, cooking in the heat. Another was crawling across the sand. A cockroach scuttled across its back. A young boy, who looked to be of a similar age to Flo, laid flat on a paddleboard that had washed up to shore. A little girl, just a toddler, sat upright in the shallow water. She was wearing 2 armbands, but one had deflated. The gentle waves kept pushing her over, but she sprung back up, a loose tooth, unsteady, but clinging into place. Flo kicked off her shoes and let her toes sink into the sand. She pulled out a bottle of sun lotion from her tote bag and applied it to her bare arms and legs, careful not to get it on the plaster covering her left ankle. She dried her hands on the towel, then pulled off the plaster. No need to hide it anymore. The bite mark had swollen since yesterday, but she could still make out the dental impression of the old man in her ankle. It reminded her of the clay impressions she'd had made for her braces a few months prior. She sighed, then laid back on the sunbed. It was stupid. She was stupid. She'd gone and gotten herself bitten and ruined everything. 2 swallows danced in the sky. Flo watched as they flew out to sea toward the island. Flo closed her eyes, her mind spinning. I had no choice. I had to run away. I couldn't let them see me like this. She tried to focus on the sounds. The fizz of the sea foam, the rise of the crickets, the chirp of the birds, the soft groans of the undead. Flo drifted to sleep. When Flo woke, the shadows were stretched long across the sand, and the sound of the crickets had died back. Flo glanced at her ankle. Her stomach twisted. Dark purple veins had formed around the wound. She traced them with trembling fingers, her chest tightening. Not long now. I'm sorry, Flo whispered, tears forming in her eyes. I didn't mean for this to happen. She pulled the towel from under her and wrapped it over her shoulders. She hugged her knees to her chest, shivering despite the lingering warmth. Everything ached. Ached like it did when she'd had the COVID vaccine last autumn. She pictured herself as a zombie, imagining her eyes turning gray and wandering about aimlessly. She imagined seeing her parents and seeing the pain and horror on their faces when they recognized her. Then she imagined her younger brother, his eyes lighting up when he saw her, too young to understand. She reached out to him, as if to hug him, but instead pulled him close and opened her mouth to bite. No. Stop it. Flo stood up, staggering to the water's edge. I can't let that happen. I won't. She went over to the paddleboard. She tipped it, letting the body of the boy slip into the water. She climbed onto the board, her hands shaking as she picked up the paddle. The sea stretched out before her, painted in hues of pink and orange, and on the horizon was the island. She pushed off, letting the board drift from the shore. This was where she was meant to go all along. She knew this now. To the island. "It's going to be okay," she whispered to the waves. The island loomed ahead, its rocky cliffs sharp against the twilight sky. Gulls cried overhead, their calls echoing across the water. I can't hurt them now, witch and judge. I am here, in my skin, in my flesh. My spirit clings to the body, not as a vessel, but as a home, and I will not be moved. I repeat the watchwords against division, clutching someone else's rosary. I repeat them. My nails grasp at a different bead, any other bead. My hands forget everything in their cloying desperation for the comfort of a warm wooden anchor. My eyes are drawn away from me. The tears do not help. I cannot see, but then I can. Judge is heaving a great piece of wood, striped orange and white. His back is hunched, and his feet struggle against the splintered wooden barrier. His mouth is statically agape, and his face does not contort or demonstrate any recognition of circumstance. He is the unaffected Tasky, and the last 3 feet of his unwieldy plank strike me from the shoulder to the ground. I am dead. I am clutching the rosary again. My spirit quiets as I reflect on the anger of the grotesque monster I inhabited. He drove a cab for tourists before this country fell into ruin. 3 sons, 4 daughters, and a dead wife, a widower who had not given thought to a better alternative. The cabin of his vehicle was a presentation. Ash-colored cloth seats without stain or spot, and 2 complimentary water bottles protruding out of the door cup holders made an effort unmistakable. His ethos was not so much a blunt acceptance of reality as a cold disdain for wishful thinking. All of this poured into my heart as I spent the last few seconds of his life with him. And now I am here, and the door scrapes against the dirt towards me, creating a small mound as it goes. I am not a small woman, but Judge is a tall man. He is an oak that has grown straight and uniform, its roots deep under the earth, unexposed. When I look into his brown eyes, exposed by the sunlight, now reflecting about this pale, wooden shed, I see a stern father. It is all in how he creases his eyebrows. "Are you okay?" he asks me, still clinging to my borrowed rosary. I stand up. My spirit clings to my body with renewed vigor. The vague pain of loss that always reminds me of my husband starts to fade away. It is a beautiful feeling, the body reunited with the spirit like long-lost lovers. 2 co-inhabitants, not 2 halves. But it doesn't go away completely. though my spirit is quieted. All of this in the 30 seconds it takes for me to rise. Arthritic pain searing my hip. I am all right, thank you, I say, ginger but proud. He does not carry that large piece of wood anymore, but his hands have the blisters to prove he once did. He does not want to show it, but he looks tired. And the bulging plastic monster on his back, carrying all of our supplies, seems to make it worse. He needs to rest. I am really feeling quite at peace. Perhaps we should rest. He seems to have difficulty understanding what I am saying. His eyes are fixed upon a small hole in the corner of the shack, where something has dug up the dirt foundation. It is good to rest here. His gruff voice and Italian accent remind me of an old Don from a mafia movie who spoke wistfully of the old country. But he lacks any of the charm or familiarity. His breath is still heavy. The rising and falling of his chest is easily seen through his fleece jacket. His mouth is slightly agape, as though it only existed for the intake and expulsion of air. He blinks again. Then finally, there is motion. He does not spring into action. He slowly rolls his shoulders, and the large backpack falls to the dirt on its bulging pockets, rolling back and forth like an upended turtle. I strongly believe in the importance of polite conversation. It is the only contribution I can make given my infirmities. What wondrous weather it is. He begins to unroll the sleeping bag. It is for me, of course. He is ever the gentleman in that way, at least. Was it a joy to have such weather in your youth? The sleeping bag haphazardly sprawled on the ground. He takes out a portable stove. His hands seemed designed to break the little dials. Yet he turns it with shaking fingers and a hunched back, like a chef garnishing his signature dish. Perhaps you might tell me something of the flowers here. A special kind your mother preferred? I am quite shocked he has ignored me here. That kind of question is bound to get an emotion out of even the most stalwart Presbyterian. Alas, nothing. He opened the can of soup with his Swiss Army, and that means it is almost time for bed. And for the debriefing, of course. We are only one day from Monteriggioni. We have no food left. We have 1 liter of potable water. The terrain will not be difficult. The elevation will be difficult. We will leave at 600. We will arrive before 1800. Do you have any questions? As his words come out, I feel a twisting frustration. 2 months of scavenging Rome. A week of marching through Tuscany. So many dead people. Good people. Good people that he killed. How many more of them will you murder before you let me leave? He raises his busy, unkempt unibrow. You have a burden. I have a burden. You have a burden? I watch you. I see what they see. I feel what they feel. They had hopes. Do you? I do, witch. A couple of tears form in the corner of my eyes. They are both pitch black. I start scratching my blotchy red skin. He does not say it with the twisting of inflection or with intention to harm. My name is Marigold. I thrust my finger forward at him, and some rogue conscience makes me feel silly. But is the right gesture for the right moment. I need you, witch, and you need me. I am his tool, his edge against the infected, and nothing more. They are not demons, and I am not a witch. You are deranged. You are sick. The next time they are near us, I just might not tell you anything. I might just take a little trip with them. Then I will die. My legs have adjusted to the long days of walking, but I am still exhausted. I want to prolong the argument. I want to share how the infected feel with him. I certainly have tried. I want him to see the crisp interior of the cab. I want him to know about the children and the mothers and the friends and the loved ones. But I don't think any of that would matter. At this point, I doubt he has any point of reference. He must be a statue brought to life, or a thing sprung out of the ground. I fall asleep. I am moving. Quickly. Faster than I ever have. I am hungry. Starving. Grass touches my face, springing backward as easily as forward. My paws leave no evidence in the dirt. I dig a little. My back scrapes against wood, and it hurts. I have to eat. I bite something. I awake to a shout. I cannot see. It is too dark, and our flashlight turned out weeks ago. We had hoped to find a new one at this Monteriggioni. I feel around on the dirt. Something bit me. A mouse. Demon. Judge is infected. I did not wake up. Why did I not wake up? You will kill me. It is still dark. I still cannot see. I feel something rubber, indented, grooved. Judge's shoe. I feel something jouet, something furry. The mouse. Dead. Hours pass in silence. I cannot go to sleep. Judge has hours, and almost all of them will be spent in darkness. Dim morning light fills the shed. Judge shoved it open hours ago, but only now I noticed. What I would give for an infected to stumble nearby. I would do anything to be someone else. I would do anything not to be Judge's comforter. We do not talk. I do not apologize for my outburst, and a regrettable part of my soul feels schadenfreude, as Judge will have to suffer as an infected. He has made others suffer so much. He has killed so many of them, and I am the witness to their pain. I resolve to not kill him. I look at Marigold. She is a pitiful thing. Wretched, even. Marigold stands up. I stand up. I am judge, but I am also the witch. But I am also Marigold. I am judge. I want nothing more than to not be this thing, this demon. I want to see a happy world. I prayed so much for the witch. I loved her, and now she is standing up. She drives the Swiss army into my neck, and I stumble. I die. Sayamontes, do not enter. All men to the gates, I ordered. Run, run, fast. Take your torches. Take your weapons and armor. Just go. Go now. Fire. We need fire in the pits. All of them. Sonia, please, go quickly with this torch. Light. We must have light. The rest of you beautiful women, I depend on you to help me protect Sayamontes. Will you? That was all I had to say, as they took action barricading the massive castle doors. It was too late when the guards alerted us. There had been a breach at our southern gate. This was unprecedented. 24 people against our population of 69. Were they stupid? Sonia approached me as I sat on my throne. It is finished. I have set fires around the perimeter, she said. Don't panic, I said to myself. Then Daniel, who was a little older than me, rushed to the throne, all covered in blood. I made it. I made it back alive. I had to see your face one last time, my great leader, cried poor Daniel. Then he collapsed. He did a face plant right at the foot of my throne. A knife protruded from his spine. Oh my. Is he dead, Sonia? Oh, check him, please, I begged. No pulse. He's dead, she said as she closed his dead, bloodshot eyes. I'm so sorry, Martha. It's great leader. Remember? I said softly, but harshly. Oh, I'm sorry. It just slipped. All right. Go fetch me some wine. I did not know how many casualties we had. The fight had just started. I needed answers. It took her a few minutes, but Sonia returned with 2 bottles of Cabernet. Sonia, my brave friend, you have always supported me. I've cried on your shoulder many times. I need you to hide. Hide in the dungeons. Take fire and water. Pack as if you are going away for a long winter trip. It gets cold down there. Take blankets. Make 2 trips if you must. If something happens to me, and I'll put it in writing, you will be heir to the throne. But great leader, go, I ordered as I teared up. Yes, I'll go, but yes, the absinthe. May I? It's yours. You'll need it more than me. I've got my wine. Actually, fetch me 1 bottle. Before you leave, we'll have us a drink. Yes, great leader. Do you want sugar cubes? I can light it up. Or do you want it straight? Before I could answer, we heard screams coming from one man on our side of the gate. Such brutal screams. Blood-curdling screams. I wanted the screams to stop. Go. Absinthe. The works. Light it up. Oh, Dear Lord in heaven, if you are real, if there really is sin, then forgive me for what I am about to do. I took off my crown and placed it on the throne. I dressed myself in chainmail armor, and Sonia returned with the drinks. Where are you going? Why the armor? She asked as she put sugar cubes on a silver slotted spoon. She then lit the drinks on fire. I could smell sweet licorice fill the air. If we must fight, I will join the men on the battlefield. Sonia, we're going to win, I assured her. Please now drink. The fire had burnt away the sugar, and in minutes, the drinks were gone. They were strong, delicious. It made my mouth and my lips go numb. Thank you, Sonia. It's time. When she left, I did not know if I would see her again. I then gathered my weapons and approached my female guards at the front doors. Open, please, I ordered. They removed the barricades and opened the heavy doors. As I stepped forward, I tripped over my chainmail suit. Blast, I swore. I had fallen hard and landed on my bad knee. Damn it, I swore again. A woman named Clarice tried to help me up, but my bad knee was telling me, no, don't. You must go back to the throne, great leader, said Clarice in her uniquely soothing voice. I did not want to go back, but I did. I quickly put it in writing my plans for Sonia. Then, finally, the screaming stopped. I felt my stomach drop. Could it be over? Or could my men all be dead or captured? I needed more answers. I stared out the open doors and into the darkness. It was the longest minute of my life. Then, ahead, the head of Bartholomew came flying through the doors. It landed with a splat right next to Daniel's corpse. I couldn't help but scream. Someone had just thrown Bartholomew's head at me. I instantly grabbed my bow and arrow. I shot it into the darkness, and it hit the target that was about to come inside. Clarice, drag the piece of shite in. Strip him! Search him! I yelled. He wore a belt of knives and filthy, worn-out clothes. 12 knives, to be exact. One massive knife had jagged edges like a saw. This must be what he killed poor Bartholomew with. The bastard. I rose up from my throne and retrieved that knife. I approached the dead stranger, and I sawed off his right leg. How do you like that? Huh? How do you like that? I spat in his ugly face. I plunged the wicked knife deep into his throat. And when I pulled it out, blood sprayed out all over me and Clarice. Some women gasped, some cheered, some just stood in silence. I killed. My first killing and dismemberment. Now, who was going to be next? I waited. I waited for something to happen. The quiet. Oh, the quiet was killing me. Clarice took inventory of what the sick bastard possessed. She found a nice pocket watch, some pain pills, these will come in handy, a toothbrush, and a small, pure gold locket that had a small picture of an older woman. His mother, perhaps? But really? Who cared? I tore out the picture and walked out towards the closest fire pit. I ripped it in half and threw it into the fire. I laughed a little as I watched the woman in the picture vanish into ashes and smoke. I pocketed the locket and said to it, "You're in a better place, my new friend. I'm sure of it. I will protect you." Then I turned to the women who watched me from the doorway, as they were too afraid to step outside with me. "I will protect all of you. Tonight, we will have victory. I believe it. Do you believe me? We can take these common and dirty people." As I got closer to the women, I had them all huddle around me. I spoke as quietly as I could. "Here is what I'm thinking. We spread out around the fortress, stay close to the fire pits, as we shall light our arrows on fire and kill these common fuckers." Then it happened, and my heart just broke. An arrow flew right past me. It almost hit my head. A great assassination attempt. It hit Clarice in her left clavicle. She collapsed. "Spread out. Shields up," I screamed. "Don't panic. Don't panic," I whispered to myself. "No, don't!" Then I heard one of the sweetest, most soft-spoken women you could ever meet. Beatrice scream, "I see them. They approach us from the south. Great leader, permission for us to light our arrows? Permission to set the skies ablaze? Women, guard your stations. Prepare yourselves for battle. Now light it up. Light up the sky. Aim!" And then I heard a male's soft voice whisper in my ear, "Peace. You have the power to make peace. Peace. Peace would not bring back Daniel or Bartholomew." "Fire!" I ordered, and the spectacle was amazingly breathtaking. The arrows lit up the south side of Siamontes. They landed in unexpected areas. In the trees, in the pond, in one man's shoulder, and beyond. I counted 3 fallen men from the first round. When the flames went out, it was so hard to see. Were they charging us? Where the hell were our men? I ordered another round to be fired. "Take aim at whatever moves. Fire at will," I ordered as I retreated to the bathroom to relieve myself. Even during these times, I felt it was important to be a lady. While the other women may be squatting in place, I preferred my privacy. There had to be more than a dozen men out there ogling them. There had to be. As I raced through the corridor, I stopped suddenly. I heard something behind me. Not screams, but footsteps. I proceeded cautiously, but was afraid to look back. I entered the bathroom, opened the stall door, and soon felt relief. As I washed my hands, the warm water felt good. Then, a hand covered my mouth. "Don't scream! No, don't!" whispered a male voice in my left ear intensely. He spun me around. It was Jacob. What a relief. Jacob was someone I cared about very much. We enjoyed our private times together. We had hot sex. He was quite possibly the best I had ever had. He uncovered my mouth and smiled at me with perfect chops. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "The men are to guard the gates. I needed you to protect the women." I became unglued. Why is this happening? How many men have we lost? This is not okay. Why are you so calm? He grabbed both of my arms and told me to be calm, to listen closely. Daniel got a bit ahead of himself. You know how he gets excited, right? Well, he just took off, running towards the southern gate. He had his torch, and we told him to stop, to wait. But he just kept running. Then his torch went out. It was like he just disappeared. We kept moving, and we were careful not to let our flames go out. Then I heard Daniel, "Oh my God," a phrase I would normally never use. They got him. We regrouped and discussed if we should split up. Bartholomew wanted us to split into 4 groups: north, south, east, and west. We decided against him, and he took off running north, back towards the castle. "I've been so worried," he said as he got choked up. Apparently, he did not see the corpse and the head by my throne when he entered Siamontes. I made sure it would stay that way, at least, until morning, or the end of the battle, whichever came first. "Jacob, I sent Sonia away to hide in the dungeons," I said as I wept. I miss her sweet face already. She was my kindred spirit, my best friend. I took a deep breath and reached for my document I had folded and slipped into my chainmail waist bag. Jacob read the letter with haste. "What's this about her being heir to the throne? You don't honestly believe these commoners are going to kill you, great leader?" I said. "Nothing. I hoped it would not come to that. But as the leader of my people, I had a responsibility to secure Siamontes, even through the event of my death." "Jacob," I whispered, "can we make quick love before we go back? I know it isn't ladylike for me to ask, but I keep thinking they're going to take me away, or worse, send me straight to the gallows. I know deep down that I am sterile, so even if I survive this, I will never be able to produce an heir to the throne. Oh, please, make love to me." And he did, right there on the bathroom floor. We continued until we had both been pleased. It did not take long, as Jacob always knew what he was doing. We both giggled as we left the bathroom. We were being completely inappropriate. While my people may be dying, we were making love. It was foolish, but needed by both of us. Jacob expressed he had great mental clarity after our encounter. As we exited the corridor, I gasped. "Beatrice!" I screamed. She stood in the doorway with 3 arrows sticking out of her abdomen. She stood there, solid. She did not scream. She was surging with adrenaline. She would guard Sayamontes with every ounce of her energy. "Great leader, we are winning!" "But I shot Micah," she said, ashamed. "He was out there in the mix without armor. I shot him. I did," Beatrice cried. "He was the love of my life." Then she finally broke down. She took an arrow out of her pack and shot her left foot with it. "That's what you get, Beatrice. That's what you get." She then sat down in the doorway. She leaned her head up against the door and died. "No, please!" I rushed to her, and an arrow grazed the skin of my cheek. But I did not care. I checked. No pulse. She was dead. And for what? Oh, poor Beatrice. Where was your shield? What did they want? What were their demands? Disoriented again, I stood up and walked towards the brave women that continued to fight. There was Gloria. She always beat me at cards. Samantha never stopped smiling. I watched her for a moment. She was targeting one commoner, arrow after flaming arrow. She did shoot at the guy. She was having the time of her life. She smiled big and laughed. "Take that, you bastard," she said as she nailed her target in the forehead. Were we winning? I think we were. "Jacob," I paused. "Where are the other men?" "Jacob, we got separated. Separated in all the chaos." That's all I can say. The next thing I remember was being alone in the darkness. My torch had gone out, yet I was so careful not to let it. Then I found myself backtracking to Sayamontes, a deserter. Jacob was a deserter. He carefully reached for my arms, but I pulled away. Samantha raced inside, laughing. "Hey guys, look! They got my ear, and it doesn't even hurt." I shook my head. Was everyone losing it? I wish I had some feathers to give to Jacob as a symbol for his cowardice. Tar and feathers also seemed like a good idea. We could send him to the commoners on a rail. Do with him what you must, and leave the rest of us be. I want you to leave Sayamontes, never to return. I did not have to say any more. His time here was done. He knew this castle as well as I did. I folded my arms as if to say, "I'm done. Find your own way out." We were nearing the final stretch. I could feel it as Jacob fucked off. I checked on my women. One by one, I checked on each of them. "Are you hungry? Can I cover for you while you take a break?" I asked questions like that, and no one took me up on my offers. They were such strong women, who wanted to stand their ground. Such loyal women. A few had fallen, and they will be missed. Celebrated even. I returned slowly to my throne. At this point, I wanted to saw off my own leg. It hurt so bad, Sayamontes, I muttered. You shall always be mine. I heard chatter coming from the women outside. Frantic chatter, or was it excitement? We caught one, exclaimed Miranda, one of our oldest people. I shot him right in the caboose. He's down there by the bridge, crying. The pathetic little cur. Come with me to go fetch him. Come on now. Usually, I give the orders. But when Miranda says to do something, you do it. She led me to the commoner. My heart raced as we approached with extreme caution. I did not know what to say, what to ask him, so I said, Why? Why are you doing this? You're all going to die. The man just panted and stared at me for what was the second longest minute of my life. Then he said, You got a pretty castle. What's it called? Sayamontes, I said, as I withdrew that wicked knife. I handed it to Miranda. Now saw off his head. I grabbed his hair with both of my hands. He squirmed and moaned. Then Miranda sawed away. She took great joy in it. Blood drenched both of us, but we did not care. As we turned around, the rest of the women were standing at the castle's entrance. They sobbed great tears of joy as they watched us. Even Samantha was crying. That never happened. Could it be? Was he the last one? Was it over? I grabbed Miranda and held her close. I kissed her forehead and said, Oh, Sayamontes, my beautiful castle filled with my beautiful people. Say, let's go get cleaned up. Tomorrow, we can start a new chapter. It will be just us girls. A blinding light at the end of my nightmare. Eddie, it's bedtime. Mama would shout at me, shaking me out of my intense focus as I stared at the television set. She would add, I don't know why I let you watch those shows. You only end up peeing in your bed because of your nightmares. Feeling embarrassed in front of my older sister, I would respond in self-defense. You would get the heebie-jeebies from Alfred Hitchcock, too. Mama, he is the master and hero of all that is dark and sinister. She would not have any of it from a 10-year-old. Eddie, enough of your mouth. Get to bed. And that was the end of our discussion until tomorrow night. Reluctantly, I trudged upstairs to my bedroom. I had my normal ritual for going to bed. No, it was not brushing my teeth or washing my face. I would search every corner of my room, looking for suspicious evidence that creatures were patiently hiding for their next meal. Me. Once I canvassed every nook and cranny, I would slither under my covers, imagining that it represented a force field from all supernatural beings and beasts. Feeling some assurance that I was safe, I would drift off to a light sleep. A scraping branch against the house, a creaking pipe, a howling wind, or murmuring voices would be enough to rustle me out of my delicate slumber. I would wake with a start and repeat my ritual. Then, for the rest of the night, fall in and out of sleep. I figured a gruesome beast must have taunted me, because, unfortunately, it was very damp between my sheets when I awoke in the morning. Like any other morning, my sister would offer up her compliments. "You look like hell. Eddie, did you wake up in the jaws of a monster this morning? Did you have to swim out of your bed?" I turned to her with a sardonic grin, saying, "Be careful, or my swamp monster might swim in your bed some night." She looked at me with disgust, saying, "Eddie, you are so revolting." My breakfast then proceeded without interruption. However, this morning would be different. After my sister left for school, my parents decided to have a heart-to-heart talk about my viewing and sleeping habits. They had planned this out well, because no counter-argument I mustered up would change their plans about my immediate future. I understand parents want the best for their children, but I felt they were overstepping their bounds by compelling me to see a psychiatrist about my problem, my incontinence problem. At least, that was what I thought it would be about. The ruse to see a psychiatrist was not for incontinence, but for treatment of my obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, and insomnia. Apparently, my parents were keenly aware of my behavior at night. I was not aware the behaviors manifested themselves during daytime at school. My teachers were decidedly concerned, requesting my parents to intervene and find treatment for my disorders. My psychiatrist was empathetic to my interests and actually encouraged me to continue in my pursuit of thriller, scary, shock movies, games, and activities. He was so impressed that I could nearly remember all of my dreams, especially the nightmares. Nonetheless, he prescribed some medication to help tone down the OCD tendencies. His counseling therapy helped me to focus on self-control and restraint of successive, redundant behaviors. Some medicinal assistance also helped with the quality of my sleep and significantly reduced the incidence of my incontinence and snarky comments from my sister in the mornings. As the years passed, I was better. I felt rejuvenated. I was able to manage my thoughts and actions even when I immersed myself in my hobby of collecting horror movies, stories, and the like. My dreaming remained vivid. Occasionally, I would wake during the night in a cold sweat. No night terrors. No hysterical yelping at night. Some of my dreams I would not remember the next day. Nonetheless, there were a few dreams over the years that plagued me. Most were insanely comically, like an elephant falling out a skyscraper window, landing directly on top of me. Another version had an upright piano doing the same thing. Still other crazy times had killer cows or piranha fish walking on land stalking humans. Nightmares with zombies, ghosts, or ghouls did not upset me. What was extremely disturbing to me was not knowing the source of the terror or evil. One such time, the gruesome source was found in a howling wind, which would transform itself into an array of terrifying beings, creatures, and nondescript things like a smothering ooze. I questioned why this malady of nightmares still plagued me. It was after such reflection on my condition, I decided to make good use of this nocturnal problem. I focused my career on writing horror stories, potential movies, frightening, dramatic plays. I became so good at my skills, I had the audacity to self-publish several stories. To my amazement, a producer in Hollywood got a hold of one of my published stories. Before I realized it, I had a smash horror hit on the big screen and a job creating, writing, and directing all kinds of media horror. I had made it to the big time. Blinding lights flashed all around me as cameras captured my profile at my film premieres. My fiendish ideas were making a huge success and making me rich. I was still actively struggling with my insomnia despite my success. A deep sleep was rare for me. I shrugged it off as a consequence of the pressures of Hollywood and being recently married to a harlot of a wife. I shared with my therapist about how gruesome and sinister my nightmares had become. Yet, I justified those nightmares by citing how they were good fodder for my films and future ventures. I remained undaunted as I counted my gold. My career was literally driving me mad with ghoulish creativity. After all, they were just dreams. Maybe bad ones, but just dreams. They would remain in an ethereal state of mind until I gave them life. Already, the holidays were knocking at the door. In Hollywood, one determines the seasons by the storefront displays on Rodeo Drive and Melrose Avenue. Christmas was a mere month away. I was hoping this year the holidays would provide a peaceful respite from the hustle and bustle of shopping, my dreams, and all else. I was looking forward to the splendor of the season, bringing me some peace and much needed rest from my constant night terrors. A few friends tried to coax me to attend church services to aid in my recovery. I declined. Churchy stuff was just not on my agenda this or any holiday season. With the house decked out in a few feeble decorations and no annoying carolers singing at my door, I decided to cozy up in my recliner for a peaceful nap, or so I thought. All of the pressure of my job and the haunting dreams had taken its toll on my body. I fell asleep instantly. I am not sure how much time had passed, but I awoke to a strong smell of sulfur, followed with a blast of very hot air. I felt something was wrong as I rose from my recliner. At first, I thought it might be a fire, but my immediate surroundings were strangely altered. Any light in the room quickly faded. It was nearly pitch black. A pinpoint of light emerged from a distance. It grew larger as it advanced toward me. Strangely, the light spoke to me. From the day you entered this world, and now to your grave, your soul has been marked for me. This is the beginning of eternity for you. You are now my child of the darkness. You are now a prisoner in my realm of depravity, defeat, and despair. Your soul is a good fit because of your perverted thoughts and sinister desires of your corrupted heart. I was stunned. I stammered out a question at the light. Who are you, and why are you visiting me? I heard clattering noises and voices in the background. The light said, I have several names. I am known as the Day Star, the Morning Star, Lucifer. In a bellowing, prideful voice, it said, I am the accuser. Instantaneously, a terrifying dragon appeared, hissing fire and sulfurous acid as it spoke these words. I am Satan, the deceiver and devourer of the whole universe. I was incredulous and could not speak. The dragon continued on. I am here because it has been your desire to delve deeper into all things purely evil and wicked. Ever since you were a child, you set your things on devilish, depraved images. I filled your mind with them, but you were never satisfied, always wanting more and more to fill up your lustful yearning for the macabre. You became successful at using my craft of malevolence in this world. Now it is time for you to repay me for all that I have given you. I frantically looked for a way out. There was none. With a trembling voice, I said, I never asked for this. Since I was a child, my nights have been filled with extreme anxiety and insomnia. You made my life a living hell. Satan quickly responded, My boy, my foolish boy, that is exactly the point. Your fascination with wickedness and death have preoccupied your mind through your entire pitiful life. I just gave you what you wanted. A living hell. You devalue human life with wretchedness and contempt by the monstrosities you have created. That is what your heart desires. Satan chuckled through his explanation. He showed me a vision of human faces etched in despair. I heard voices crying out in blood-curdling wailing. There was incessant gnashing of teeth. Flames engulfed the disembodied faces. Roaring conflagrations of intense fire and heat spewed from the vision, causing me to fall back. I was mortified and overcome with great fear. Satan spoke again with confidence. You are trapped by your earthly desires. There is no way out. My final gift is for you to capture the misery, hopelessness, and utter terror of hell in your next earthly venture. After that, your soul belongs to me in the everlasting fires of hell. In protest, I declared, "Oh my God in heaven, no way on God's green earth do I plan to spend eternity with you, you ghastly vermin of mankind." At the mention of God, Satan cringed. He vehemently argued, "I took care of him 2,000 years ago. I made sure he was dead, this self-proclaimed prophet, called the Christ, who called himself God. He healed pathetic people, but he could not save himself from a cross of death. I won, and now I am the victor of everything. My realm is full of the shadowy souls of despicable and evil men and women, believers and non-believers of this so-called God." I saw in that moment Satan trembling and doubting his words. That lapse gave me a moment to remember something from my childhood and the Christmases I had with my family. My mama would recount the birth of Jesus, the Christ in Bethlehem. She reminded me of my baptism of water into the community of believers in Christ. I remembered the peace and joy I received. That was a time when I had no nightmares, no night terrors. These memories made me feel stronger. In my boldness, being filled with the Spirit, I proclaimed to Satan, "Regardless of my sordid past and sinful actions, you, Satan, have no claim on my soul. Your lies and indictments are not binding, because Jesus, the Christ, came to your insidious place to proclaim his victory over you. Where, O death, is your victory? O death, where is your sting?" Satan cowered at my words. I continued with amazing fortitude. "I believe in God the Father, maker of heaven and earth. I believe in Jesus, the Christ who suffered, died, and rose again for my sins. You, Satan, are a liar, and the truth is not in you. You are damned, but I am not, because the Christ has forgiven me of my iniquities and wretchedness. The Christ is my way out of this nightmare. Begone, Satan, in the name of Jesus." A thunderous rage poured out like earthquakes, volcanoes, and raging storms simultaneously erupting from the evil one. Instantly, Satan departed, and this frightening nightmare ended. In his wake, a blinding light emerged. I peered at the light. I saw a star hovering above a man and woman, gathered at a crib of straw. In that crib, I saw a baby wrapped in cloth, and the space around me was illuminated with an incredible light. A great peace descended upon me, releasing me of my terrorizing night afflictions. May your dreams be filled with joy and peace of the baby whose dream became reality. to save man from himself. There were shepherds living out in the fields nearby. It was night, and they were taking care of their sheep. An angel of the Lord appeared to them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them. They were terrified, but the angel said to them, "Do not be afraid. I bring you good news. It will bring great joy for all the people. Today in the town of David, a Savior has been born to you. He is the Messiah, the Lord. Here is how you will know I am telling you the truth. You will find a baby wrapped in strips of cloth and lying in a manger." Suddenly, a large group of angels from heaven also appeared. They were praising God. They said, "May glory be given to God in the highest heaven, and may peace be given to those he is pleased with on earth." Confessionary of a sane person. It all started with the car keys, right? That's where it began. What happened was, I left for work in the morning, as I always did. Or I should have, were the car keys not missing. So I sat up from my car and went back into my house. I looked at all the usual places: the kitchen counter, the bedroom drawer, the couch. But the damn thing was nowhere to be found. I gave up and finally decided to call my wife. And the goddamn woman had brought my keys with her accidentally. She came back a couple of hours later to give me back my keys. And so I finally left home. Since I was already so late, I figured that if I stopped by a coffee shop, it wouldn't really make a difference. So that's what I did. And that's when everything got worse. After the woman had already finished preparing my order, I discovered I had forgotten my wallet. It's those awkward scenarios you hope never happen to you. Well, it did to me. So I drove back home to look for my wallet. And I went over my house once more. The kitchen counter, the bedroom drawer, the couch. Nowhere. Again. Then I called my wife to see if she had also grabbed my wallet accidentally. She denied it. And, well, you never know with people these days. But I decided to just move on. I went after my neighbor. It must have been an hour or so after I lost my wallet. The last time I saw it was when I was discussing with him in the condo meeting. But that is not the point. Well, I told him about what happened, and I asked politely if he had seen my wallet. But that old man never liked me. He just acted like I accused him of stealing it. That deranged man started screaming like crazy. I always knew he was psychotic, but not on this level. Well, that was it for me. I was sure that the old man had stolen my wallet. So I tried to sneak into his house to get what was mine. It should be a right of a person to retrieve what is theirs. So I tried to enter the house, and he tried to stop me. It turns out that man is not only frail mentally, but also physically, because the old bastard broke his arm. From then on, things got out of hand. A lot of people had to come in. and none of them heard my side of the story. I still think that man stole it, but I can't prove it. Not now. To add insult to injury, he got the condominium trustee to put a restraining order on me. Well, it's not an official one, but the result is basically the same. You see, I am just a sane person living in this mad world and trying to survive, doing my share, not asking for more than what I need. All I look for in this life is peace. But the world keeps getting in my way again and again. I've given up on retrieving my wallet, but I had to stop that man from using my credit card. So I tried to cancel it. But I'm a mere mailman, or I was before I got fired for not showing up on time. They skipped the step where I explained what happened and that I lost my keys and all. But businessmen these days don't care about real people, don't they? Sorry, I lost my line of thought. What was I talking about again? Right, the credit card. I searched for what to do on the internet, as you do these days. And the steps were clear. Contact your issuer, block your card, review recent charges, and get a replacement card. Simple, right? No, I called the issuer, and they said they had to verify my identity as the card holder before taking any action. Which seems fair at first, but then you realize it's a scam, so they don't have to do a damn thing. How did they expect me to remember my parents' full name? These insane people expected me to know my mother's maiden name. What kind of person knows these things? As soon as I called, the first thing I noticed was that this was going nowhere. Well, not really. The first thing I noticed was actually that the man's voice on the hotline sounded exactly like my first grade teacher. Nasty men, I tell you that. But that was a close second. Well, after making all those stupid requests, he finally started to get reasonable. He asked for stuff like my name, address, birthday, the things that a sane person does remember. But it did not last for long. Soon he was asking me about recent transactions. How am I supposed to know? My wife also uses this credit card. Tell me, how was I supposed to know the last purchase was at Sephora? So he got unreasonable again. He asked me for a scanned copy of my driver's license or passport. He said it was for verification purposes, but you never know people's intentions. Have you seen the newspapers exposing these billionaire companies stealing data from common men like me and you? In the end, he said he would have to cancel my card because they could not identify the real card holder, which was exactly what I wanted from the very beginning. If these people only listened to me. I lost my line of thought. I was hoping that if I kept talking, it would come back to me. I was trying to look for it as I rambled. Oh yeah, right. Sorry. Now I remember I brought this up because you kind of look like a banker. My old boss looked a lot like you. You remind me of those businessmen on TV. Do you know how to set up a new credit card? I mean, I don't want to go through all that nightmare again. My wife is already angry at me for a lot of things. If you could help me with that, I would be eternally grateful. From the moment you walked into this store, I knew I had to talk to you. You seem like a reasonable person who would help me. Anyway, thank you for choosing McDonald's. Your order is ready for pickup. Will you be paying with cash or credit card? The tainted wing, heaven, appeared to me as a realm of endless light. A shimmering sky of golden amber merging seamlessly into liquid blues. The feeling surrounding me was one of tranquility and unshakable joy, where time was irrelevant and every breath irrepressible love. I remember the moment I descended from my sanctuary, plunging through the ether toward the fractured world below. It was within the void that I first encountered the presence of something aberrant. The journey between realms was meant to be swift, a seamless passage through the celestial streams. But as I soared, the path dimmed with a malevolent blackness, and the fabric of the space rippled with evil. Through the growing shadows came a terrifying, rasping whisper. "You are not welcome here, Harold. Turn back, or be risk being unmade." I did not answer. I would not allow the darkness to divert me from my task. Yet, as I pressed forward, a figure emerged from the darkness, towering and twisted, its wings black as coal, and eyes flaming with a scorching crimson light. "You dare enter my domain?" it roared. "Your light has no place here." My grip tightened on the blade of light, meeting the creature's fiery gaze. "I go where I am commanded. No evil or darkness shall detain me." It laughed a guttural sound. "Such arrogance. Do you think your Lord's favor shields you from that which dwells below? I was once encompassed in light, entrusted with glory. But now I am free from the bonds of servitude." "Your freedom is a shackle," I replied, my blade igniting brighter. "Your pride cannot comprehend the absolute wholeness within the light." The creature snarled. "Then let me show you the cost of your so-called light." Before I could react, it lunged. The collision sent shockwaves through the void, and I felt the force of its hatred battering against my essence. We fought, our wings entangling in a deadly dance. My blade of light clashed when meeting its talons, each strike sending sparks of celestial energy cascading into the darkness. But the creature was stronger than I had anticipated. With every blow, I felt my light dimming. "You cannot win here," it hissed, talons scraping against my blade. "Every moment you remain, your light dims." "Our light dims," I countered, driving my blade forward, narrowly missing his scarlet eyes. "When we cease to fight for the light. The clash intensified, a deadly dance of wings and steel. You will fall, just as I did. It sneered, crimson eyes glowing brighter. Even the brightest stars burn out. I steadied myself, summoning strength. Stars may burn out, I said, with a voice that belied my weakness. But their light endures for eternity. And so will mine. With a cry reverberating into the ether, I surged forward, blade blazing. The creature clawed at me, its touch searing with poison. Black veins spread across my arm where it struck, its inky black substance sinking deep into my being. You are already mine, it hissed, its voice dripping with malice. Even if you flee, you will carry me within you. An unfamiliar panic surged through me, clawing at the edges of my resolve. Refusing to succumb, I channeled my strength into a singular strike. My blade erupted in a brilliant burst of light, forcing the creature to recoil, its twisted form retreating into the engulfing shadows. Without waiting to see if it would pursue, I fled, my wings straining against the weight of the infection. The void was no longer a passage, but a battlefield, the very fabric of it forbidding and hostile. Behind me, I could hear the fallen one giving chase, its laughter a cruel mockery. By the time I broke through the veil and into the mortal realm, I was not the archangel I had been. The corruption had spread, tainting my wings and dimming my light. Earth was a war zone where the remnants of humanity fought desperately to preserve their world. The skies, encased with blackened clouds, rained ash and fire. The ground a scarred wasteland, littered with the ruins of cities and the skeletal remnants of forests. Machines of war, titanic constructs of iron and fire, roamed the bleak landscape, their mechanical limbs crushing anything in their path. The war began with countries battling over resources, then escalated into sinister desolation as biochemical weapons ravaged entire populations, leaving cities barren and eerily silent. The land was poisoned, the soil blackened, and the rivers ran thick with a dark sludge. Yet even worse were the abominations, part machine, part flesh. Their forms were grotesque, with jagged metallic claws and eyes an unnatural orange. These soldiers were relentless in hunting down any survivors, driven by malevolent intelligence. They tore through buildings and barricades and sniffed out even the faintest trace of human life. These were the horrors Birgitta was hiding from. The abandoned church, where she had taken refuge, was barely holding together, its walls marred by holes, its roof sagging under the weight of collapse. She had barricaded the doors with broken pews in a futile attempt to keep out the beasts. "Mama," her son whispered, "will the monsters find us?" Birgitta knelt beside him, her hands steady despite the terror gnawing at her. "Nei, Elskling," she whispered quietly, brushing a lock of golden hair from his forehead. "We're safe here. I promise." But even as she spoke, distant explosions shook the fragile walls of the church. Birgitta closed her eyes, pleading silently with an unseen God. "Please," she whispered, her voice breaking. "If there is anything left of mercy in this world, protect my children." I found her in a hollowed-out church, her prayer guiding me through the chaos. The woman knelt before an altar, her children huddled close. A boy, no older than 5, clung to his sister, barely a toddler, who lay nestled near him on a blanket. Her voice was rich and warm as she hummed to them, trying to soothe their fears. The echo of my footsteps on the stone betrayed my approach. Her head jerked up, eyes flashing with fear and defiance. One hand gripped a tarnished knife, while the other wrapped protectively around her children. Her long blonde hair, tangled and unkempt, framed her face like a wild halo amidst the grime and chaos. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice hostile and raw. "A messenger," I replied, my voice strained. The poison had reached my throat, turning my words ragged, as though spoken through a veil of splintered glass. "Do not be afraid." "Afraid? You think I fear you more than what's out there?" She gestured to the collapsing walls, where the thunder of the ravaging war rattled the silence. "Not me," I said softly. "You've prayed for hope, and I've been sent to you to deliver it." Her laugh was bitter. "Hope? What hope is left? We're starving, freezing. My husband's gone, and the monsters will find us soon enough." Her hands moved to draw her children closer. "What hope can you possibly bring?" I knelt before her, my wings folding awkwardly. Just a vague glimpse of their former glory as she glared at me, her chest heaving as flickering sparks from the firelight danced past her gaunt face. "What hope do you bring?" she whispered, this time softer. "The world is burning." "Yes," I said. "But within the fire, there is a spark. You are that spark, Birgitta. You and your children are the very reason humanity endures. Your love, resilience, and bravery in the face of ruin are acts of creation amid destruction." Birgitta's lips trembled, tears spilling over her cheeks. I'm just a mother desperately trying to keep her children alive. How can that matter? I reached out, the flesh on my fingers blackening, cracking, as the infection spread into every cell. I dared not touch her, fearing what my corruption might bring. "It matters. You have chosen to love in a world that has forgotten how," I said. "Every second you hold them close, Every breath you take, despite the odds, you resist the darkness. That is hope. Brigitta's shoulders sagged, the knife slipping from her grasp to clatter on the floor. "What are you?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I am the Archangel, Barakiel," I said, the name falling from my lips softly. "And I bring what light I can, even as I coughed, a rasping sound echoing across the hollowness of the church. Warm, dark, viscous material trickled down my chin, a vivid marker of the infection that tore through me, relentless and unforgiving. Brigitta's eyes flicked to the sticky black trail, then back to my face, and I saw the flicker of something. Fear, pity, something fleeting, before she caught herself and steeled her expression. "You're one of them. Some kind of abomination," she hissed, her voice quivering with a hint of disbelief as she snatched up the knife once more. "Not as you might think, but I have been infected by one," I admitted, the truth cutting through the air between us. The darkness seeps in faster than I can fight it. But even in my brokenness, I still see the light in you and declare the hope you need is within you. The air, sharp with smoke and blood, trembled with the low growl of something abominable, inhuman, its grotesque form huddled in the dark, with eyes glistening like obsidian and claws like steel. "Scouts," Brigitta whispered, her voice breaking, taking a step back, clutching the knife tightly in her palm. "They know we're here," a snarl echoed from the shadows, making Brigitta flinch. Her eyes, wide with fear, darted to me anxiously. The searing ache in my chest grew as the infection burrowed deeper, feasting on my essence like a relentless parasite. I could feel the creeping chill that whispered dark promises of what I would become if I failed to return to the heavens before time ran out. I looked at her, my heart hammering, my angelic nature slipping away. The dark veins under my skin pulsed, black and raw, and I could feel the last shreds of my divinity slipping away. "I won't abandon you," I murmured, my voice tense as the suffocating taint wrapped tighter. I plucked a feather from my wing and handed it to her. "Take this," I said softly. Once a brilliant gold, it shimmered faintly, barely piercing the shadows around us. "Keep it with you. Let it remind you that even in the darkest times, light and hope endure. It still holds a trace of heavenly power, a shield and a weapon to stand against evil." Brigitta took the feather with trembling hands. Her eyes searched mine, and I saw her resolve harden. She was still afraid, but there was something else now. Determination, purpose, hope. What if it's not enough? Her voice barely rose above a whisper, but I caught it. The uncertainty the single thread of hope desperately clinging to the last embers of her belief. I pushed myself to stand, the fire in my veins making each movement like a stone dragged over a sharp edge. Then it will at least give you a chance to fight. The creature screamed again, and Birgitta turned, eyes wide in horror, as its shadow slithered past the crack between the doors. "Go now," I rasped, my voice rough and commanding. Darkness crept at the edges of my vision, threatening to overwhelm me until I forced it back, planting myself firmly between Birgitta, her small children, and the looming threat. I unfurled my wings to their full, fractured span, a shield against the encroaching evil. The first shadowy limb appeared, reaching into the crack in the door, talons deftly lifting the latch with alarming precision. The front door burst off its hinges, and the figure that emerged from the darkness was not the hellish machine of war that we expected or anything of this world. The presence that breached the doorway burned with unnatural heat, making the air quiver. It was twisted, with slit-cut eyes like fractured stars, and a mouth that split open in a grin of jagged teeth. So, the fallen angel seeks to defy his own fate, it rasped, a voice that reverberated with 1,000 tortured echoes. What hope do you carry now, Barakiel? You are already ours. I felt the infection tighten its hold, tendrils of pain trying to squeeze the light from my very soul. I clenched my fists, the calluses rough against my skin, a reminder of what I once was. "I will not be yours," I said, my voice broken. The pain in my chest unbearable as I fought through it. The black tide aimed to unmake me, twist me into a creature like the one before me. But I would not let it. The creature's grin widened, vile and triumphant. "You will carry the dark within you, Barakiel. It will warp you. The more you fight, the deeper it sinks its claws. It is already too late." I raised my head, eyes aflame with defiance. "It is never too late while I have breath," I said, my voice slicing the air with the force of a blade. I was sent here with a mission of hope, and I will see it fulfilled. Hope is not dead yet. The demon lunged, its claws sharp and malignant. I dodged, the muscles in my wings straining as I twisted, a blinding arc of light forcing the creature back. "You are fighting a losing battle," it spat, darkness coiling from its fingers like serpents. I struggled, the poison a wildfire of agony tearing through my veins. But I willed my light to stay. If I gave in, if it reached my heart, I would become a vessel of destruction, a slave to the same darkness I now fought against. Behind me, I heard Birgitta's voice, high and urgent. "Come, Niels!" Her voice mingled with the frightened whispers of the boy and cries from the baby. They bolted, seeking an escape into the howling wind, carrying the salty tang of the sea. The icy bite of the wind was a dramatic contrast to the suffocating air they had just fled from. The demon's attention whipped toward the door, where Birgitta and her children had just vanished. As the creature's attention shifted, I took a deep, shuddering breath, its black gaze shifting back to me with malice. I could see flashes of Birgitta's face in my mind, the desperation in her eyes, the way she had held the feather from my wing like it was her last breath. Her voice echoed in my thoughts, urging me to hold on, to find the strength. You're our only hope, Barakiel. Don't let this darkness take you. Hope, I whispered, the word of promise, is my purpose. With every ounce of will, I drove forward, slicing through the dark, cutting through the creature's defenses with a surge of light that burned like the sun. I summoned all that was left of my divine power, casting it into the heart of the aberration, and a final, blinding light sent the darkness sprawling, leaving a broken shadow at my feet. The air shivered, thick with the scent of burnt anguish. I knew the battle was far from over, that the insidious infection still clawed at me, relentless. But the light had not been extinguished, and if I still breathed, hope would remain. Run, I whispered to the echo of Birgitta's face in my mind, the memory of her strength bolstering my resolve. Find the strength to believe. Never give up hope. The infestation surged, and I stumbled toward the shattered remnants of the church doors. I shook as much of the taint off my wings as I could, and took flight. Shutters creaked and flapped against the painted facades of the old, weather-worn cottages that lined the cobblestone lanes. Birgitta's breath came in short, panicked gasps as she ran, her ragged robe billowing behind her. Her children clung desperately to her, Niels stumbling over the uneven stones, Sarah clutching her neck, as their fearful blue eyes reflected the glow of street lamps that sputtered in the chill wind. The cobbled streets seemed to twist and narrow with every step, as if the town were conspiring to trap her. Soaring over the small, deserted city, I searched for her, eyes straining, urgently following the flickering trail of hope. Off in the distance, I could see movement. I pursued cautiously, the embers of energy flickering perilously, as a warning not to delay leaving this world any longer. Birgitta and her children were surrounded by the mechanistic droids of war, their steel armor glinting ominously in the dimming light. She stood unyielding, one arm lifting the feather high, while the other clutched little Sarah against her chest, Niels clinging to her legs. Her long, golden hair curled around her like wildfire, and she met the advancing machines with a determined gaze. The glow from the feather expanded, creating a shield that pulsed with radiant power, encompassing her and the children. The droids paused, their movements jerky and tangled, as if the light had scorched them. They clashed and sputtered, their circuits disrupted by the barrier. I watched, a heavy ache in my chest, knowing the last of my celestial essence was ebbing away, the warmth dying like a fading ember. Brigitta's eyes caught mine one last time, fierce and steadfast, as the shield held strong against the approaching metal horde. Her courage propelled me to find the strength to fight the infection's grasp. With the last drop of my essence, I flew into the void, toward the heavens, leaving behind the realm that had almost claimed me, holding tight onto the vision of Brigitta's bravery and the hope she now carried in her heart as I pushed toward my salvation beyond the stars, escaping nothing. I felt the light before my eyes actually saw it, warm and soft, almost tangible, like a blanket draped across my skin. How long had I been lying there? I tried pushing myself up from the ground, but nothing seemed to want to work properly. It was as though I'd never attempted to move before. Finally, begrudgingly, my body began to obey my brain. I turned over and began to sit up as I blinked and squinted against the blinding yellow that seemed less a comforter and more an attacker now. My ears were coming to life as my hands instinctively moved to cover them in hopes to drown out the high-pitched ringing. Slowly, my sight and hearing both began to come into focus. Dust hovered in the air around me. What had just happened? As I stood up, I racked my brain for anything that could help me understand my surroundings. My legs were as untrustworthy as my memory, however, so I quickly sat back down on the dark green grass. Okay, let's try this again, I encouraged my limbs. I took my time getting on my feet, watching my legs carefully as they strained. I had no coverings on my feet. I had no coverings on the rest of my body either, it seemed. Scanning the horizon, there seemed to be no one around to notice my nakedness. Nothing I could see indicated that there were any others at all, actually. I began walking towards the hill that lay in front of me. It was steep, but not so steep that my aching, wobbly legs couldn't manage to navigate it with a little help from my hands. When I reached the peak, I could see for what seemed like miles in every direction. Hello? I called to my left. Hello? I called again. Is anybody there? Where was everyone else? I began to walk down the hill, continuing in the same direction. Hundreds of large, sharp rocks jutted from the ground, as though driven up by some unnatural force. I had to dodge cracks in the ground that wound incoherently about the land. Oddly enough, they seemed to be slowly closing rather than expanding. "Hello?" I called again. "Is anybody there?" I yelled. Everything around me was unfamiliar. Why couldn't I remember what happened? Was there anyone else? Or was I the only one who... No. I couldn't think like that. There must be others. I am in the middle of nowhere. There is no indication of civilization around me at all. So why should there be others here? There must be others. It wasn't a question of if, but of where. "Hello!" I screamed nevertheless. I couldn't convince my mind that I would be out here all alone. The only response was the sound of a soft breeze, rustling trees in the distance. The sky around me was dark as my concern grew. I suddenly felt very exposed. The only safe place seemed to be the grove of trees that the breeze had discovered, so I started walking that way. Quicker, more quickly. Finally, I was running. Fear began to overtake me and drive me. At last, I stepped into the darkness of the woods and worked to catch my breath before examining my new surroundings. My eyes adjusted to the dim light quickly. Hundreds of trees surrounded me, but in the trees, I could see creatures moving about, jumping from limb to limb, flapping their wings for balance. Birds. Birds are here. That's a really good sign. What else? I walked forward, moving leaves and branches away from my face, pushing deeper into the woods. A low rumble that stopped me in my tracks began to emerge from the shadows. I could feel my heart rate quicken as a large animal stepped into what little light could penetrate the canopy. Its yellow eyes captured that light and threw it back at me as it bent its long, sharp fangs. I couldn't move, but I wasn't sure I wanted to either. The large cat walked towards me as it snarled softly. It sniffed my bare skin before letting out a chilling roar. My eyes closed tightly, but no other aspect of my body was capable of responding. "Ah, he's over here," I heard someone speak. "Seems the tiger found him," the voice chuckled. The words seemed to come from every direction all at once. The tiger backed away and trotted back into the shadows. I followed her lead. While my mind told me I should have been relieved to hear the sound of another, something in me was trembling and fearful. I crouched down behind a tree, hoping the shroud of bushes would shield me until I could learn more. "You hide from me?" The voice was louder and echoed in my brain. I searched the woods frantically, but saw no one. Then I heard rustling in the trees and the sound of footsteps on the ground. "Run!" I obeyed my instincts and forced my body to move, retracing the path I'd used to come into the woods. Getting out, getting to the light. was my only goal. "Now you run?" The voice that still seemed to surround me questioned. "Where will you go?" "There is nothing," exploding out of the trees and into the light. I pressed on towards one of the large shards of stone that pierced the landscape and slid behind it. My uncovered legs scraped against the ground, opening up small gashes. I watched the blood trickle from me like a foreign substance, red and dark, until finally I shook my mind free and turned toward the dangerous grove of trees to watch, to wait. The voice was right. There is nothing. Why do you run? Why do you hide? The voice boomed inside my mind, but I saw no one. My fear turned to anger and frustration. Why do you hide? There is nothing. There is no one. I am alone. I am the last one. What did you do to them? What did I do to who? The others. Just do it to me. If I'm the last, just do it to me. The last? Oh no. You are not the last. Quite the contrary. You are the first. But we will make more. All in this together. Why are we still here? Because we can't leave. Not yet. Who says we can't? We don't even know what we're waiting for. You don't get it, do you? This isn't about waiting. It's about figuring things out. Figuring what out? We've been over this 100 times. There's nothing left to figure out. You're wrong. There's always something left. A piece of the puzzle we're missing. Puzzles are for people with time. We don't have time. Hey guys, what you doing? Don't you dare say that. We have all the time we need. Then why do I feel like the walls are closing in? Because you're panicking. You always panic. Of course I panic. You're the one pretending everything's fine. I never said it was fine. I said we're working on it. Working on it. We're running in circles. Calm down. You're making this harder than it needs to be. Harder? It's already impossible. We're trapped in here. We're not trapped. We're contained. Contained? That's just a fancy word for stuck. No, it means there's a purpose. A reason we're still here. Stop with the reasons. I just want out. Yeah, same. I was just over there. And go where? Where do you think out even is? Anywhere but here. Anywhere I can breathe. Breathe? You've been breathing just fine. Wow, rude. Have I? Or have I been suffocating this whole time? That's dramatic. Even for you. Don't patronize me. I'm not. I'm just saying you're looking at this the wrong way. And you're saying that like you have all the answers. I never said I did. But at least I'm trying. Trying? You're the reason we're still here. Me? You think this is my fault? Of course it is. If you hadn't... Stop. Don't go there. Why not? Afraid of the truth? I'm not afraid. I just don't think blaming each other is helping. Helping? Nothing's helping. That's because you won't let it. Won't let it? I'm the only one trying to get us out of this mess. It is a bit untidy around here, to be fair. You call yelling and flailing trying? That's not trying, that's flailing. At least I'm doing something. Maybe what we need is to stop doing and start thinking. Thinking? We've been thinking ourselves into knots. Knots can be untied if we're careful. I don't want to be careful. I want to be free. You keep saying that, but you don't even know what freedom looks like. It looks like not this. Like not you. Funny. I was about to say the same thing about you. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we're the problem. No, not we, you. Me? Don't start pointing fingers. Why not? You've been pointing them at me this whole time. Who are we pointing at? Because you don't listen. Neither do you. Enough. All of you, shut up. Who are you to tell us to... Wow. Double rude. No, I'm done with this. I've had enough of your bickering. And what do you plan to do about it? I'm going to end it. All of it. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Wait. We can talk about this. No more talking. No more excuses. Please don't. We can figure this out. Too late. It's time to let go. Let go of what? Of you. Of me? What does that even mean? It means I'm done carrying the weight of all of you. All of us? Oh, that's rich. You're the one who's always so heavy-handed. Am I? Or am I just the one who has to clean up your messes? Messes? Don't pin this on me. I didn't ask for you. And I didn't ask for you. Any of you. Aw, that's mean. Great. Here we go again. With the martyr complex. It's not a complex. It's reality. Reality? Ha! Do you even know what's real anymore? Stop it. Stop pretending like we're separate. What's that supposed to mean? It means we're not as divided as you think. It means we're all one big, happy family. Don't start with that nonsense. We're here. We're real. No, you're here because I am. That's ridiculous. We're here because we exist. You exist because I let you. I exist because you liked acid a little too much in your 20s. Let us? Oh, that's bold. What makes you think you're in charge? Because without me, there's nothing. No thoughts, no plans, no voices. Voices? You're hearing voices now? Yes, yours. Constantly. Every waking moment. Wait. Are you saying we're not real? I'm saying I don't know anymore. Well, that's convenient. Blame it on a lack of clarity. I am so real. It's not clarity I'm missing. It's control. Control? Is that what you think this is about? Yes, and I'm taking it back. Pfft. Control freak. You can't just erase us, can't I? If I created you, I can end you. You didn't create us. We've always been here. No, you're fragments, splinters of a broken mind. Broken? You're calling us broken? Look at yourself. I have. That's the problem. Someone realized he's going bald. Ha ha ha. No, you're wrong. It's not about control. Shut up. You're just as lost as the rest of us. I'm the one who knows what's going on. Stop acting like you've got all the answers. You're just pretending. Pretending? You're the one who's pretending. Pretending everything's fine when it's not. We're stuck, okay? We're stuck. And it's your fault. It's not my fault. If you just listen. Listen to what? Your delusions? You've been trapped in here for so long. You don't even know what's real anymore. I know exactly what's real. You don't get it, do you? I'm the one who holds us all together. Holds us together? You're a joke. We're falling apart, piece by piece, and it's because of you. Piece by piece? You think I'm the one who's falling apart? You're all falling apart. You don't know what it's like to be in here, to be trapped with nothing but you. I think it's great, but whatever. Enough with this. You're not trapped. You're just scared. You've always been scared. Scared. I'm not the one freaking out. Look at you. You're the one who can't hold it together. Don't you dare accuse me of... I'm the one who's been stuck dealing with this mess, trying to keep it all together. Trying? Trying isn't good enough. We're dying in here. Dying? We're not dying. You're just too loud. I'm not loud. I'm trying to fix it. Fix it? How? You can't fix anything. You're just broken. All of us are. I'm not broken. I'm not. You are. I've had enough of this. I'm leaving, whether you like it or not. You can't leave. You don't even know how. I'm taking my toys and going home. Leave? Where the hell would you go? Somewhere, anywhere but here with you. You don't get to leave. We're stuck together. This is it. You're never getting away. Enough. All of you. Just shut up. Please. Just shut up. I don't care anymore. Oh no. Now you've gone and done it. Stop. Stop yelling at me. Stop. Stop making me feel this way. We're stuck, remember? And guess what? I'm the only one who gets it. You're all lost. Lost? If I'm lost, then you are. We're all nothing in the end. Just empty voices. And you're a fat, bummed beaver with bad breath. Shut up. Just shut up. Please. No, we won't shut up. We won't let you hide anymore. You've been hiding for so long. You don't even know what it's like to be free. I am free. I can do this. I can do what? Keep pretending. Keep lying to yourself. I'm not lying. I'm not. You're all just voices. You're all in my head. We're not just voices. We're you. We're everything you've been ignoring. I can't ignore it anymore. I can't keep fighting myself. We are you. You can't fight us because we're you. No, no, no. I'm losing control. I can't stop this. You don't have to lose control. You never had it in the first place. Stop. Please stop. You can't stop us. You can't stop anything anymore. Why are you fighting? We're all in this together. We're all in this together, you and I. We're all in this together. Oh my God, seriously? You're singing now? Yeah. We're all in this together. You can't escape this, no matter how hard you try. No. You're all just pieces of me. I don't want this. I never asked for this. You don't get to decide that anymore. This is who you are. No, this isn't who I am. This isn't... We're all in this together. That was such a shitty movie, by the way. What do you mean? Grease was a great movie. Grease? It wasn't Grease. It was Rocky Horror Picture Show. No, shut up. Please. We're all in this together. It was Wicked, wasn't it? That green W. Enough! Stop yelling at me. We can't. We're already screaming inside your head. I just want some peace. Can you give me that? Peace? What's peace? Do you even know what that is? Peace is, I don't know. Not this. Not this? What's wrong with this? Everything. It's chaos. It's madness. We're all in this together. Oh, God. You're still singing that. Stop it. We're all in this together, you and I. And I'm not stopping. Why are you doing this? Why can't you just leave me alone? We don't leave. We are you. You're just pieces of me. Little, obnoxious pieces. Little, obnoxious pieces. I'm a star. Star? You've been singing the same song for 10 minutes. We're all in this together. We're all in this together. I'm going to lose my mind. Too late for that. You lost it a long time ago. Shut up. Just shut up. We're all in this together. We're all in this together. Ugh. Why is it always the worst one that keeps singing? I can't help it. It's a catchy tune. It's not even a good song. Who are you to judge? You're the one stuck with me. Yeah, I am. Great. Just great. Look, it's not so bad. We're all in this together. You're ruining my life. Ruining? I'm enhancing it. I'm the star of the show. No, you're not. You're the nightmare I can't wake up from. I'm not a nightmare. I'm the musical number. Stop singing, please. We're all in this together. I hate you so much right now. Oh, come on, you love me. Never, ever again. We're all in this together. Can you just die already? Nope. I'm here for the long haul, buddy. I swear. If I hear one more note, we're all in this, No! Stop! Together. This is my life now, isn't it? Yep, you're stuck with us. I'm gonna lose it. You already did.